гидроаккумулирующих электростанций, ветровых электростанций, фотоэлектрических электростанций и электросетей. Стремясь стать в Центральной Азии и даже во всем русскоязычном регионе ведущей проектно-консалтинговой компанией в области возобновляемых источников энергии. Наследуя исторические традиции и используя инновационные профессиональные преимущества, ТОО «Казгидро» собрала группу элитных специалистов, хорошо знакомых со стандартами и нормами, принятыми в русскоязычных регионах в области водного хозяйства, гидроэнергетики, ветроэнергетики и других областей. Компания обладает высшей квалификацией в Казахстане в области проектирования и изысканий, лицензии проектирования, изыскания и надзора первой категории, аттестат по оценке безопасности плотин, аттестат по оценке безопасности зданий, лицензия по сертификации государственных лабораторий, что является надежной гарантией выполнения проектов в русскоязычных странах. Как зарубежная дочерняя компания Power China, ТОО «Казгидро» опирается на мощные ресурсы Power China, накопив богатый опыт сотрудничества с китайскими и международными компаниями, активно участвует в международном обмене, проводит постоянные технические обучения и непрерывно повышает потенциал своей команды и силу бренда. Как член Казахстанской ассоциации гидроэнергетического проектирования, ТОО «Казгидро» тесно сотрудничает с проектными организациями стран Центральной Азии и обладает широкой известностью, авторитетом и доверием. Мир – океан безбрежный. Время – ветер ураганный. С профессиональными знаниями и технологиями в качестве руля и сотрудничеством между Китаем и Казахстаном в качестве паруса, ТОО «Казгидро» Чендунского изыскательно-проектного института Power China готова работать с вами рука об руку, чтобы вместе открыть новую главу в области устойчивого развития возобновляемых источников энергии и водных ресурсов и придать новый импульс сообществу единой судьбы между Китаем и Центральной Азией.
Energy China – один из крупнейших в мире поставщиков комплексных решений и подрядчиков по инвестированию в инфраструктуру в энергетической и электроэнергетической отраслях, создавшая ряд первых в мире проектов, таких как проект «Три ущелья» и проект переброски воды с юга на север. Компания глубоко вовлечена в международную кооперацию производственных мощностей и высококачественное строительство «Один пояс, один путь», и бизнес распространился на более чем 140 стран и регионов мира. Центральная Азия – самый ранний регион, поддержавший и принявший участие в строительстве пояса и пути, а также наш ключевой инвестиционный рынок. В настоящее время Energy China осуществила инвестиции на сумму около $2,4 миллиарда США в Узбекистан, включая крупнейший в Центральной Азии СЭС 1 гигаватт, проект строительства систем накопления энергии общей мощностью 1,8 гигаватт-час и крупнейший по масштабу проект строительства цементного завода мощностью 7500 тонн в сутки в городе Самарканд и интегрированный проект по использованию энергии ветра, солнца и накопителей в Навое мощностью 600 мегаватт. Казахстан, связанный с Китаем горами и реками, является передовым примером сотрудничества в рамках инициативы «Пояс и путь», а также основным инвестиционным рынком Energy China. На сегодняшний день Energy China инвестировала в проект цементного завода мощностью 1 миллион тонн в год в Кызылординской области, который был удостоен премии за вклад в инвестиции Министерства по инвестициям и развитию Республики Казахстан в 2018 году. В настоящее время Energy China планирует инвестировать в строительство СЭС мощностью 300 мегаватт и ПГУ мощностью 500 мегаватт в Туркестанской области и ВЭС мощностью 500 мегаватт в Карагандинской.
I think it's a very good time to start. Добрый день.
Good morning, distinguished participants of the forum. My name is Zheny Bek, and today I will moderate this session on the development of networks. Predominantly, our participants and our distinguished speakers, they speak English or Chinese, so please let me proceed with English language. Those who do not speak English, please use your headset to listen to Russian and or Chinese interpretation. So we have three languages: Russian, Chinese, and English.
Our panel session about grid development. And my name is Zheny Bek. Today I'm honored to moderate that wonderful session with our great speakers. And I would like to start from mentioning one very interesting fact. We've been talking a lot and discussing a lot about the integration of renewables into the grid. Yesterday we had a great day's number of panel sessions about pump storage and also policies developing pump storage and other technologies that allow to make a renewable energy penetration level higher into the grid. And we discussed some number of issues, and big Chinese companies shared their experience in this direction. So today, we all understand that renewables, pump storage, any storage, cannot be developed without strong, developed power grids. So the power grid is something that unites all of these parts of the energy system. And our panel session today is dedicated to open that topic and also to present opportunities and the experience of Chinese companies in in this field. Particularly, we have strong companies like Energy China, CSG, China Southern Grid. I was honored myself to visit one of their pump storage facilities and HVDC substations in China with a very impressive, very much impressive facility. And I'm sure it will be very interesting for all of you to hear to watch the presentation of our graded speakers. So I would like to start from giving a word to Mr. Huang Lei, the specialist of the Department of Strategic Planning of China Southern Power Grid, with the topic of experience of China and China Southern Power Grid in developing new energy systems and new energy infrastructure projects. Mr. Lei, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to participate in this event, and I decided to come here personally to Astana and to present my speech today. Green energy is in high demand. That's why energy and introduction of areas in the energy grid is especially important. Within the framework of the area's development, I would like to explain to all of you the following topics. First, the transition of these technologies on a new level is especially important, and I would like to tell you our experience in China, how we performed this green transition. Our president Xi Jinping declared a new development strategy 10 years ago. This strategy envisages transition of energy system in China to a new level, to a green level, and as a result, there is a pervasive transformation of energy system. There is a transformation of transmission systems. When Chinese GDP fluctuated, then energy production output ranked first. So while all around the globe GDP was unstable, China was persistent in its GDP thanks to the solid energy system. And after our energy transition, all our endeavors brought significant results. Within the framework of One Belt, One Road initiative, we also started to develop international cooperation in energy, first energy generation and second energy transportation. We also manufacture a lot of different types of energy equipment and provide it to our partners. Now I would like to briefly tell you about our company. Our company works in 5 provinces, Chinese provinces, and our service area exceeds 1 million cubic meters. It's about 1/5 of the national electricity supply. And currently, we in Global Fortune 500 ranking, we hold 78th place. Our company is developed continuously. We introduced digitalization of our systems, as well as digitalization of energy transportation systems. We constructed a lot of lines. We constructed a lot of energy transmission lines. Generally, energy transformation in China goes as follows. We always adhere to the principles of mutual we always adhere to the principles of mutual beneficence, security assurance, technology innovation, good governance, and so on and so forth. We also make sure that end users are supplied with energy and we try to make the whole process smarter. We introduce more intelligent solutions to our system. And we try, at the same time, we try to ensure security of these processes in this new digital grid. Nowadays, when it's a new milestone of area's development, we need to create a new system, new digital system where area S holds its primary place. And within the framework of the construction of this new system, we work on deepening CGS hands-on practice in new power system construction based on the development realities. Within the framework, this framework, we introduce R&D activities. The share of each is up to 78%. And step by step, we introduced green system, green energy transportation system, as you can see on the screen, and as a result we increased the introduction of R&D exponentially, including design and planning, production of energy equipment, and so on and so forth. As a result of our continuous and diligent work, we found solid foundation to the further development and innovation of the energy mix. We modernized as a result the whole energy mix of southern China. And as a result, from 63 to 75% of the whole energy mix is modernized thanks to our efforts. We also cooperate with Kazakhstan. Our company up to 80% of the produced energy in eastern part of China is generated in hydropower plants. And annual transportation capacities steadily grows up to 80%. More digitalization of these modern processes is especially important. It took us a lot of efforts because it lies on the forefront of our activities. Digitalization of our energy mix is already very developed, and as a result, area's regulation is effective. Nowadays, CSG leads globally in digital grid and flexible UHVDS technologies, with up to 99% of substation operate unattended and 94% coverage of distribution automation systems. And nowadays, majority of our energy systems are maintained without human participation, because we introduced grid operation intelligence called Grid Watt. Together, we work together with our customers. We ensure reliable electricity access and quality for over 272 million people, with an average annual load growth of up to 6% across the 5 CSG provinces. We taking into account the fact that there are more and more electric cars in China, we try to work in this area as well. Electricity accounts for up to 34% of end-use energy consumption, and new ecosystems such as vehicle grid integration are flourishing. Next, we also implemented first low-carbon project in China. It's called Smart Carbon Brain. It's rolled out the first nationwide residential low-carbon electricity carbon benefit application, the aggregated virtual power plant capacity of which has surpassed 50 million kilowatts across the grid. We also created a reform demonstration zone. We took the lead in implementing the unified national electricity market framework, with market-based traded volumes accounting for up to 60% of total societal electricity consumption. On the next slide, you can see some pictures of our international partners. We share and we are open to share our outcomes. We constructed and commissioned 15 cross-border transmission corridors, electricity exchanges with Lankan Mekong countries have exceeded 70 billion kilowatts. Nowadays, along the Belt and Road Initiative, we have developed a series of landmark energy projects in such areas as energy accumulation, hydropower plant capacities. We put our collaborative efforts to advance pumped storage development and incremental distribution network projects. We want to create an international platform which will help us to promote our further high-quality cooperation. To summarize, since there is a tight, very packed schedule, I would like to summarize. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. I wish you great success, good health, and best of luck. Thank you very much.
Very interesting and prompt presentation that you have just announced. I have also a question regarding the information that you have just presented. And I would like to ask that in Russian, so the audience also can understand. Спасибо еще раз.
Thank you very much for this presentation today. In your slides, you mentioned two very interesting moments. They are directly related to Kazakhstan as well. First, you mentioned that your net energy share is up to 26%, so 1/4 of energy production in China is clean energy. Therefore, there is volatility of energy. Second interesting fact is that due to the large area, you need to put your efforts to transmit the energy from west to east of China, because the main production facilities are located in the east of China. We, in our country, are also very ambitious to achieve carbon neutrality, and we try to increase the share of AES in our energy mix. And our situation is quite similar. On the north of the country, energy generation is quite high, but in south it's also quite high. However, we need to balance the situation. Our white area also presents a bottleneck. It's one of the most pressing tasks in front of our energy community. And in this context, we also envisage construction of transmission lines, HVDC, high voltage direct current. Could you please explain what different technologies of HVDC help to solve this task, and to what extent it was effective? Thank you very much, distinguished moderator, for your interesting question. First, let me briefly explain some statistics. Currently, yes, more than 1/4 of produced energy in China is clean energy, and these figures are quite high. And there is a question, why we have achieved such a high level of net clean energy areas. You also mentioned that we transport our energy from different regions of China. And since majority of our energy production facilities located in the west of China, we need to introduce latest technology in order to transfer our energy from west to east. We introduce our technologies to ensure quick and effective energy transmission for our end users. On the other hand, consumers always have an opportunity to choose themselves whether they will utilize conventional types of energy or renewables. It's necessary to ensure high quality. Of course, we need specific skills and competencies to maintain high level of areas introduction. Of course, everything is possible thanks to effective cooperation and introduction of the latest technologies.
I would like to give a floor to our next very honored speaker on the same very important and very pressing issue. The topic was a pressing issue in the development of power grids. To Mr. Chen Yi, the technical manager of the Center of Managing the Projects of CSG EHV Power Transmission Company. The floor is yours, sir. Yeah.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me this floor. It's an honor for me to be present here in this beautiful city of Astana. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. Please let me briefly tell him, I will not dwell on our company. I believe you already heard a lot about CSG, China Southern Grid. So please let me briefly introduce how we operate. We are a subsidiary company of CSG, and we predominantly work in such provinces as Guangdong, Guangxi, Yunnan, Guangzhou, and Hainan. And our company manages nearly 2,000 the transmission lines under our management span nearly 2,000 kilometers from east to west and 700 kilometers from north to south. And the total throughput capacity is 56.6 million kilowatt. Next, I would like to show you this slide. It demonstrates the general information of our projects. In year 2000, the first EHVDC project was implemented. The Tiangong HVDC link. This project was successfully commissioned from Tian to Guan, and to date, a total of 16 DC projects have been completed, including 6 EHV 2-terminal DC links and 3 UHV 2-terminal DC links. For back-to-back DC systems and others. Of course, we faced a lot of technical issues when introducing HVDC, and we have driven the technological evolution of HVDC transmission from conventional to flexible DC and from 2-terminal to multi-terminal systems, therefore pioneering the global transition to UHVDC into the flexible DC area. Our company also has our company CSG have commissioned first HVDC transmission project and have been honored with multiple prestigious technical and engineering quality awards, including first special prize of National Science and Technology Progress Award and 4 National Gold Quality Engineering Award. As well as some other very distinguished awards. We also launched Quanlin HVDC project. It's a major project to implement the West-East power transmission strategy and a demonstration of project for China's UHV multi-terminal DC. This Kunlun HVDC project adopts UHV 3-terminal hybrid DC transmission scheme. The conventional DC converter station is built at the Yunnan sending end, and 1 flexible DC converter station is built on each of the Guangxi and Guangdong receiving ends. They are respectively counts 1,000 megawatts can be converter station at the Yan'an sending end. On the next slide, you can see our equipment that we introduced in this project, Quanlun project. As I mentioned, this is the first project in the world with flexible DC technology. Next, this is the world's largest flexible DC transmission project in transmission capacity, in a very high transmission capacity. The project adopts power devices with the highest electricity parameters of 4,500 watts and 3,000 amperes. The commanding height of the global UHV DC transmission, multi-terminal flexible DC transmission technology is performed within the Quanlin project and can transmit 33 million kilowatts of clean hydropower annually, reducing coal consumption by 9.5 million tons and carbon dioxide emission of 25 million. It helps to build safe, efficient, clean energy system. And our next project is Lugano-Zhao project. This project is based on Guangzhou HVDC that was put into operation in 2004. It involves the construction of new Lagan converter station in Yunnan. At the same time, we reconstruct the existing systems in 3 stations. Therefore, we renovated the existing systems and developed 3 integrated stations forming the Luangan, Guapo, Jiangquin 3-terminal conventional DC transmission system. The capacity of this project is from 8 to 20 billion kilowatts annually. This is the first multi-terminal conventional DC transmission project in China and the world's first in operation 2-terminal to 3-terminal DC conversion project. And it is the 3-terminal conventional DC project with the most flexible operation mode in the world. The Luganzhou HVDC project increases the transmission of Yunnan hydropower to Guangdong by approximately 6 million kilowatts. It's equivalent to an annual reduction of about 4.8 million tons of carbon dioxide emission. It makes DC power transmission more flexible, paying a significant role to large-scale delivery of Western power sources.
And I guess we're going to be now discussing to you the parallel transmission of current, enabling to cover large distances as well as to ensure ensuring a better safety performance and to tackle down these safety issues. And I would also like to mention about the following issues, which consist of the following characteristics, as you could see on a screen. The low back-to-back converter station located in Yunnan province comprises 2 1,000 megawatt conventional DC units and 1,000 dV flexible DC unit. Then I would like to get you exposed to the Luxi back-to-back project and the construction scale of it. Next is Luxi back-to-back project. And we have the first large-scale application of high-voltage, high-capacity, flexible DC transmission technology within a mixed AC/DC backbone grid and featuring a DC usage of units. Next is the science and technology innovation that we have, which is the center enabling us to minimize additional investment and mitigate options. As well as economic and social benefits, I would like to report that the converter station project is a successful practice of independent innovation in the field of flexible DC transmission in China, playing a leading and demonstrative role for the implementation of flexible DC transmission projects with higher voltage, larger capacity and high efficiency in the future. And it significantly reduces the risk of strong DC and weak AC in the main grid of China's southern power grid. A firewall has been established. And now let me report about the effectiveness. So DC operational metrics have remained at the forefront domestically and the world-class levels internationally. The DC comprehensive energy availability rate has exceeded 96.4% for 14 consecutive years. And in 2024, it surpassed 97.53% for the first time. In terms of the achievements, we have a lot to be proud of. West to East electricity transmission project is a scientifically driven practice for optimizing resource allocation between Chinese western and eastern regions. It's a key measure in achieving carbon peaking and carbon neutrality and has played a significant role in promoting coordinated regional development and investing green growth. And I could list promoting the green development, promoting national coordinated development, as well as archive leapfrog development. And we have cited the statements made by the public officials in regards to the achievements. There is a acknowledgement of a greater of the greater spectrum of ambitions that at the moment our company has and is striving to continue. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Действительно очень впечатляет.
Yes, indeed, it is very impressive capacity and volumes of the projects that you have introduced us to today. And I was honored actually to visit those substations with the current and permanent current, and that's actually impressive. And what I would like to suggest is, after having such a impressive introduction made by the Chinese party, let's discuss the opportunities and the challenges that exist in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia overall, because this is a totally new area for your company, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Jin Chen. He is going to be reporting to us about connecting energy systems within Central Asia. Mr. Chen is a Deputy General Director of Carbon Neutrality Development Institute, Energy China. Please, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Презентацию можно?
Can we have the presentation on the screen, please? Thank you. Dearest friends, ladies and gentlemen, allow me please to report about development demands and opportunities Central Asian power grid. My name is Jin Chen. I'm a senior designer. I'm working for the Scientific Institute, and hopefully the topics that I will brief you about will somehow be of help to you. So what I would like to report is, in addition to traditional energy, at the moment we have lots of challenges faced by Central Asian power grids, and over here you could see the statistics. In the most recent years, to be precise, in the most 2 years, in the installed capacity of new energy in Central Asia reached 5.4 gigawatt, and the proportion installed capacity reached 8.6%, as you might know. Mainly, it is driven by strong growth and by strong growth in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and the proportion of the new energy installed capacity in the two countries has reached 10.4 and 14% respectively. So actually this makes us really optimistic in regards to how the market is going to be evolving. However, the issues in energy transition in Central Asia are expected to be characterized with a totally new level of energy in Central Asia, with maintaining the rapid growth. And we have to bear that in mind. And there's a good chance that the capacity is going to grow all the way up to plus 30%. And you could see the statistics on the screen that I would like to share with you, ladies and gentlemen. This is something for us to pay our utmost attention to, I guess. And you could see the information in regards to the future endeavors that we might be challenging. And Central Asia has built a 500 kilowatt main power grid covering 5 countries, relatively outdated. And the main challenge at the moment that we've been facing so far is the wear and tear infrastructure, because the infrastructure is insufficient for the current demand, and the insufficient transmission capacity has restricted the efficiency of cross-regional optimal location of new energy consequently. So therefore, we need to go further and indeed seek for more transformation and ensure that there's a better capacity in terms of the growth in Central Asia. And the energy structure distribution in Xinhuan, for instance, is similar to that Central Asia. Northern Xinhuan is connected to Kazakhstan, boasting abundant coal, wind power, and photovoltaic resources. Southern Xinhuan is adjacent to Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan with rich hydropower and photovoltaic resources as well. So therefore, the energy transmission process in Xinhuan is highly fertile for Central Asia. And therefore, in this regard, I'd like to say that the overall situation of energy transition in Xinhuan is depicted on the screen. Let me continue with describing the process of energy transition in Xinhuan. So in 2010, the proportion of new energy installed capacity in Xinhuan accounted to 7%, and it rapidly increased to almost 34% in 2025. However, through approximately 5 years of power grid construction, Xinhuan has basically broken through the bottleneck of the power grid. In 2024, it achieved the feat that the installed capacity of new energy accounted to 54%, and the power generation accounted to 23%. Consequently. And now allow me please to tell you more about the development path of Xinhuan main power grid. A strong power grid is the core of Xinhuan energy transition. The 7-ring network for internal supply, 170,000 kilowatt backbone grid coverage is something that we really rely on. And this is something that we would like to continue developing. So 1.66 million square kilometers across Xinhuan has been completed. The development direction of Xinhuan main power grid is described further, and you could see the general characteristics on the screen. So the structure ensures the transmission capacity of the main grid and realizes dual channel networking between northern and southern Xinhuan, and the centralized development of new energy, improving the efficiency of the power grid overall. We also have, in addition, 2 DC transmission channels, and they've been completed already, and 2 are under construction, as well as the proportion of the new energy power in the newly built DC channels keeps evolving. Now allow me please to brief you about the suggestions for the development of Central Asian power grids. So guided by a new type power system with reference to the energy transition experience of Xinhuan and combined with the actual situation in Central Asia, it's recommended that the development of the main power grid in Central Asia focus on the following 3 aspects. So aspect number 1, strengthening the construction of the main power grid and enhance the transmission capacity of the main power grid in Central Asia to provide or carry out a large-scale aggregation and transmission of the new energy. So the second component is build DC transmission lines to open up power source load channels. And this is aimed at special mismatch between new energy bases and lead centers in Central Asia. DC transmission channels from new energy-rich areas to load-intensive areas should be planned. And the third option, suggestion, which is to strengthen power interconnection. Thank you so much for your attention.
Now to our next speaker with the topic VSC and HVDC technologies and its application practices in new power systems, to Mr. Yu Yongfeng. He is the head of the substation at the Energy China Institute of Guangdong. The floor is yours, sir.
The language to English for your better understanding. So it's my great honor to speak to you today and share with you some of the project we have done in China, and also share with you the VSC technologies. So VSC technology would be one of the enabler for the grid to integrate with high level renewable energies. And I think this technology will be one of the core solutions to integrate, especially for large scale of renewable power. So as you may see, nowadays we have more and more renewable power like wind, solar. Those power connected to the grid. These power are good power, are green power, and which is very friendly to our environment. But at the same time, it is not so friendly to our traditional like AC, our conventional like AC grid, because it has fluctuation, it has uncertainties as it grows. So here I summarize there are 5 major challenges for the power grid. First one is the fluctuation and uncertainty. So in terms of time scale, the fluctuation would be from second to seasons. That demanding the grid with larger scale of balancing resources and also controllability. The second one is about the loss of system inertia. So when we're replacing the traditional synchronized generators with inverters, that causes a loss of system resilience when we met the disturbance. So earlier this year, we have a blackout in Spain. That is caused by the low system inertia. So the third one is about the weak grid bottleneck. And the renewable hubs often have a short circuit ratio, ICR below 2, which is not reliable enough to support our conventional AC grid. The fourth is about the voltage instability. So renewable power cannot provide a reactive power. So in that sense, it cannot support the grid when there is a fault. So increasing the system voltage collapse risks. And also, we have a fault rise-through requirement for those renewables. So once there's a fault in a grid, sometimes the wind power or solar may not stay connected and during the fault. So we have those 5 challenges. We need some new technologies. Sorry. Okay. So from the in recent years, we have seen remarkable progress in recent years for the development of VSC. So from the semiconductor level, it shifts from a traditional like thermistors to IGBT or IGCT. That is a fully controllable a device that eliminates the commutation failure risk. The second is topology. Traditionally, LCC adopt like 12 pulse topology, but for currently we are using modular multi-level converters using IGBT, so that we reduce the switching frequency and the loss as well. As our moderator just mentioned about the loss of the LCC or HVDC project, as far as I remember, for the LCC, the loss will be like 1% for the substations, for one converter stations, and the loss for about 0.7 for LCC. For VSC, is about 1% for one converter station. So in total, we have to consider like 2 converter stations and also transmission lines. So in total, that will be 2% to 3% of the total transmission loss. And also, we have seen increase of the performance and the capacity. So the power goes to 800 kV and 5 gigawatt in recent years, which is very near to the traditional LCC transmissions. So compared to LCC, VSC has 4 key advantages. First one is great adaptability. So VSC can be in stable operation in even in the weak grid. And also second is controllability. So VSC enables a power reversal or power emergency supply with a sub-second response. The third is about the voltage support. So VSC can provide a dynamic reactive power during the disturbance. And also for the fault response, VSC does not have the commutation failure. So here I would like to share with you some of the projects that we have done in China, and also some of the projects also CSCG project. The first one is the Nan'ao project, which is the first multi-terminal, 3-terminal VSC project in China. It is a 160 kV VSC project and connecting the wind power on the island and connected those wind power farms to the main grid. And second one is the Zhangbei project, which is commissioned in 2020. It is the world first 4-terminal ring-shaped DC grid. The voltage level goes up to 500 kV and capacity goes to 3 gigawatt. That is connecting, that project connect the wind farm, the pump storage, and the grid as well. So the third one is the Wudongde projects, or we call it Kunliulong projects. That's a large capacity, long distance transmission, as our colleague just mentioned in their slide. So this is in this project, it's a mix. It's like a hybrid connection with LCC and VSC. So from the sending end, it's 8 gigawatt, and 2 receiving end in Guangxi and Guangdong province, that is 3 gigawatt and 5 gigawatt. So as you see in this slide, the picture, the third picture, that is a Longmen converter station, which is a 5 gigawatt. So that is up to now the highest voltage of VSC project. And the 3 pictures below, that's projects ongoing. So first one is a Tangsha project. That is a first like a 4-terminal back-to-back project, which enables a cross-region backup. That project is to try to improve the power resilience and security of a regional power network. The last 2 are for the offshore wind farm. The first one is a 500 kV offshore wind farm project. That's the first one that will bring 500 kV 2 gigawatt offshore. And also the last one is the Sanshandao. It's we built a mountain terminal offshore at 500 kV with a total capacity of 6 gigawatt. We connect 3 offshore wind farm. Each one is 2 gigawatt, and with 2 terminals to the power grid. That is a project, and we are doing now. So looking ahead, VSC technology can be adopted in many areas. For example, the renewable interconnections and the long-distance transmission, and also improve the grid resistance. And also, most importantly, is about cross-border connections, because these cross-border interconnections would enable the link between energy exchange between a different region and different country. If fluctuation happened in one region, it can be mitigated by the wide areas of connection. So, VSC technology is becoming a cornerstone of a modern power grid. So we are stand ready to collaborate with our Central Asia partners and to realize a green energy system. So here I would like to say three suggestions. First is regarding the strategic planning. So as the grid goes to like with 30 or 40% of renewable penetration, the grid will be fundamentally different. We need to rethink re-engineering and planning earlier for this new type of power grid. The second one is about cross-border connections. So VSC technologies can be the backbone of regional energy resilience. So third is about the cross-border cross-sector collaboration. So like government, academies, or our friends in the industries. And also we need financial institutions. So let's unite our efforts across all the disciplines to build a truly interconnected zero carbon energy ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Очень интересно.
I was so interested to listen to your delivery, and we have a couple of questions. And before I give the floor to the next speaker, I would like to reiterate that here in the room I see a lot of colleagues from KIGOK, the system operator, the national grid of Kazakhstan. And indeed, this is the only company in Kazakhstan. This is the only transmission system operator, and in China you have two, CSG and China Grid. So you have two actors, but in our case, KIGOK is the only company that deals with high voltage transmission, and all of the technologies that you've been briefing us about is something that are very essential for KIGOK while they are analyzing and assessing the projects. I would like to give the floor to our distinguished guest from Energy China, Mr. Fu Tian, Vice President Project Institute Xinyan, Energy China, and he's going to be making a presentation in regards to artificial intelligence.
OK， 尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们。
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to this session. I'm so pleased to participate to this event in Astana. And today, the topic that I would like to report to you about is going to be is going to be devoted to development of power system and artificial intelligence applications. So indeed, artificial intelligence has penetrated lots of different sectors of economy to include energy transition and energy transmission. And we need to remember that while promoting carbon peaking and carbon neutrality, we have to accelerate the construction of the new type power systems, enabling us to build a new global green energy development. In terms of the dimension of technology convergence, we can list the four major ones. So the first one is data-driven intelligent decision-making. Two is intelligent solving for systems simulation. Three is highly autonomous system operation. And four is convergence development in computing power coordination. And I won't go into details while describing each and every one of those paths ahead. However, I would like to draw your attention to the most important and essential paths that are described on the screen. And it has to do with more accurate short-term, ultra-short-term, and medium long-term forecasting. That's the key. So we have to be able to predict whatever is going to be happening with the data coming into the system. We have to be able to diagnose and analyze the complex and comprehensive factors that could have consequences in terms of the performance of the energy transmission system. And we have to also bear in mind that we rapidly assess the system, and the assessment is to be stable and sustainable to guarantee the success of the performance.
And there might be short, medium, and long-term planning. Within the framework of these three major stages of power construction, we have three integral parts. First, planning and design, scheme intelligence optimization, second, smart construction, and third, smart operation and maintenance. Next, the core components of new type power system. AI drives intelligence coordination of this generation grid load storage. Therefore, it balances multi-energy complementarity and efficient dispatching, redefining the efficiency and value of energy management. We therefore use smart management systems in all the steps, in generation, in photovoltaic power prediction, in grid, because we use grid security early warning by introducing AI to these early warning systems. Third, load. By introducing AI, we can analyze load forecasting. And next is, and final is storage. With AI, we can manage such processes as charging, discharging, and strategy optimization. Therefore, we ensure best management of the processes, and AI improves both our effectiveness and best management practices. AI helps to optimize all these processes. Next, once again, thanks to the optimization of all these processes, we create multimodal large models, which covers both AI capacities and GDE. And overall, the whole processes, all the processes, they become smarter at the expense of AI introduction. And the whole system, therefore, is more flexible, more transparent and workable.
In 1961, as an integrated solution provider of power planning, consulting, survey, and design. We have a sub-company concentrated on digital business in power industry for over 20 years. Our company is also an experienced EPC contractor. We have completed traditional and renewable domestic China power per generation project with total capacity over 120 gigawatt, and overseas power generation units with total capacity more than 60 gigawatt, and substations with total capacity more than 180,000 MVA, transmission lines from 110 kV to 1,100 kilowatt, more than 44,000 kilometers. Swiftly located in the beautiful city of Chengdu, and Chengdu is also hometown of Panda. Welcome everyone, come to Chengdu to our company to have a site visit and discussion. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fu. So basically today we went through the experience that Chinese companies has in construction of a big large-scale projects such as HVDC substations and the facilities. Also, we went through some number of facilities that are already built and functioning in China for allowing and expanding the grid operation to the artificial intelligence that just Mr. Fu presented to all of us. By the way, we also covered the topic for showing up what are the opportunities and how Kazakhstan and Central Asia can also benefit from that experience. So all the topics are very much interesting to all of our guests. As I mentioned already, we have a lot of them also from KIGOC and many other energy companies in Kazakhstan, both from policy and also technical sides. So I would like to thank our honored speakers for joining us today, for coming from China to share your experience. We thank you for this great panel session and the presentations that you made for us. And I would like to also thank all of you for joining us and participating in our panel session. So this is it was our last presentation for today. Enjoy another second day of the Central Asia-China Forum. Thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you. We have a picture, if you like.
Да, здравствуйте. Ой.
Откуда ты? Я из Найроби, Белграда, Абиджана, Панамы, Куала-Лумпура, Дубая. Мы приезжаем со всего мира, чтобы вместе строить будущее с помощью электроэнергии. Для тебя, для меня, для всех, для нашего дома. Это мы. Это Power China. Power China имеет долгую историю. В 1950-х годах, начавшись в Африке, международный бизнес Power China сегодня уже распространился по всему миру. Power China – крупнейшая в мире компания. Всемирно узнаваемый бренд по инвестициям в чистую и низкоуглеродную энергетику, водные ресурсы, охрану окружающей среды и инфраструктуру. Являясь лидером в производстве строительства чистой и низкоуглеродной энергетики, мы строим всемирно известные гидроэлектростанции, раскрываем энергетическую ценность и обеспечиваем стабильную подачу электроэнергии. Мы накапливаем энергию воды, собираем силу ветра и сохраняем свет солнца. Используя передовые международные технологии с максимальной интеграцией ресурсов, мы даем возможность энергетике вступить на экологичный и низкоуглеродный путь, а тепловой энергией стать чистой и эффективной. Независимо от того, где вы находитесь, Power China делает энергию доступной, несет свет вам и придает импульс мировому развитию. Мы ценим окружающую среду, акцентируясь на экологическом управлении водных ресурсов. Мы наполняем реки чистой водой, придавая им новый вид. Мы превращаем морскую воду в питьевую, решая проблему ее нехватки. Мы защищаем биосферу, заботясь об экологии. Являясь передовиками глобального городского и транспортного строительства, мы создаем экологичную среду и обслуживаем умные города, железные дороги, метро и автомагистрали соединяют возможности с надеждой, порты и аэропорты, стимулируют экономический рост и процветание, дома и стадионы, школы и больницы улучшают жизнь и благосостояние людей, наполняют город энергией и жизненной силой. Фокусируясь на решении цифровых возможностей, Power China интегрирует бизнес вода, энергия, песок и город с цифровыми технологиями, реализует цифровизацию бизнеса и продукции, цифровую индустриализацию и интеллектуальное управление, используя цифровые возможности для развития мировой возобновляемой энергетики. Мы представляем китайские инновации и инженерные решения. Мы практикуем концепцию ESG, соблюдаем безопасность, придерживаемся качества и сосуществуем в гармонии с окружающей средой. Мы всегда находимся в авангарде технологических инноваций, объединяем ведущих экспертов и лучших специалистов отрасли, предоставляем комплексные инвестиционные, строительные и эксплуатационные решения. Мы внедряем локализованное управление, делимся технологиями с местным населением, делимся ресурсами с международными партнерами, делимся результатами развития со всем миром. Мы с уважением и толерантностью относимся к разным культурам, обретаем понимание и доверие, реализуем интеграцию и симбиоз. От идей к реальности мы не только воплощаем наши мечты, но и превосходим ваши ожидания. Мы делаем воду в мире чище, дороги шире, города красивее, а энергию экологичнее и эффективнее. Превращаясь из партнера в друга, Power China готова сотрудничать со всем миром для создания лучшего будущего. Power China строит будущее с помощью электроэнергии.
У подножия Тяньшаня вода светится, ветер светится. Расправив крылья, парящий орел и колокольчики верблюдов на древнем шелковом пути свидетельствуют о многовековой дружбе между народами Китая и стран Центральной Азии. Более 3300 километров общей границы, соединяющей горы и реки. Обширные просторы и свобода. Красочность и величие. Бесконечная жизненная сила. Все это раскрывается на пути света, дружбы и энергии. В 1961 году был основан казахский филиал Всесоюзного ордена Ленина Института гидропроект. С этого начинается история возобновляемых источников энергии, охватывающая более 60 лет. В 1991 году переименован в Алма-Ата гидропроект, подчиняющийся научно-исследовательскому институту Министерства энергетики, промышленности и торговли Казахстана. В 1997 году компания была официально переименована в Товарищество с ограниченной ответственностью «Казгидро», сокращенное название ТОО «Казгидро». С 2012 года компания контролируется Power China. Стала дочерней компанией под контролем Чэндунского института. Дочернего предприятия высшей категории корпорации Power China, входящей в список Fortune Global 500. Power China является мировым лидером в области чистой низкоуглеродной энергетики, водных ресурсов и экологического строительства. Основной силой в области глобальной инфраструктурной взаимосвязанности, ведущим предприятием, обслуживающим совместное строительство «Один пояс, один путь», и превратилась в крупнейшую в мире и наиболее полную по цепочке производства электроэнергии компанию. Чья деятельность и учреждения охватывают более 130 стран и регионов по всему миру. В 2024 году она заняла 108 место в рейтинге Fortune Global 500, удерживает первое место в рейтинге E&R Top 150 Global Design Firms, входит в рейтинг E&R Top 250 Global Contractors, а также входит в число лидеров рейтинга E&R Top 250 International Contractors. В Центральной Азии Чэндунский институт Power China на протяжении многих лет в области воды, энергии, городов и цифровых технологий предоставляет своим клиентам по всему миру услуг по всей цепочке создания стоимости. Как единственная в Казахстане проектная организация, обладающая техническим потенциалом для гидроэнергетического планирования, при активной поддержке Power China ТОО «Казгидро» объединила в области освоения и использования гидроэнергии богатый опыт и передовые технологии обеих сторон, добилась скачкообразного роста и международной трансформации, а также благодаря более открытой и инновационной позиции стала в Казахстане и даже во всей Центральной Азии эталонной компанией в области изысканий и проектирования. На протяжении более 60 лет ТОО «Казгидро», основываясь на традиционных видах деятельности в области водного хозяйства, и гидроэнергетики в Казахстане и Центральной Азии выполнила множество проектов по гидроэнергетике, водным ресурсам, защите от наводнений и ликвидации последствий геологических бедствий, использованию водных ресурсов, экспертизе безопасности плотин и изысканию и проектированию портов и так далее, занимая лидирующие позиции в Центральной Азии. В то же время продолжает расширять планирование, изыскание и проектирование гидроаккумулирующих электростанций, ветровых электростанций, фотоэлектрических электростанций и электросетей, стремясь стать в Центральной Азии и даже во всем русскоязычном регионе ведущей проектно-консалтинговой компанией в области возобновляемых источников энергии. Наследуя исторические традиции и используя инновационные профессиональные преимущества, ТОО «Казгидро» собрала группу элитных специалистов, хорошо знакомых со стандартами и нормами, принятыми в русскоязычных регионах в области водного хозяйства, гидроэнергетики, ветроэнергетики и других областях. Компания обладает высшей квалификацией в Казахстане в области проектирования и изысканий, лицензии проектирования, изыскания и надзора первой категории, аттестат по оценке безопасности плотин, аттестат по оценке безопасности зданий, лицензия по сертификации государственных лабораторий, что является надежной гарантией выполнения проектов в русскоязычных странах. Как зарубежная дочерняя компания Power China, ТОО «Казгидро» опирается на мощные ресурсы Power China, накопив богатый опыт сотрудничества с китайскими и международными компаниями, активно участвует в международном обмене, проводит постоянные технические обучения и непрерывно повышает потенциал своей команды и силу бренда. Как член Казахстанской ассоциации гидроэнергетического проектирования, ТОО «Казгидро» тесно сотрудничает с проектными организациями стран Центральной Азии и обладает широкой известностью, авторитетом и доверием. Мир – океан безбрежный. Время – ветер ураганный. С профессиональными знаниями и технологиями в качестве руля и сотрудничеством между Китаем и Казахстаном в качестве паруса, ТОО «Казгидро» Чендунского изыскательно-проектного института Power China готова работать с вами рука об руку, чтобы вместе открыть новую главу в области устойчивого развития возобновляемых источников энергии и водных ресурсов и придать новый импульс сообществу единой судьбы между Китаем и Центральной Азией.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья.
Hello, dear friends and participants of the forum. I kindly invite each and everyone to be back from the coffee break, because now we have one of the most crucial topics, most crucial projects in energy and in the economy of Kazakhstan. Distinguished speakers, what do you think? Shall we start? Yes, please. Distinguished guests, welcome to our panel session, National Project on Modernization of Housing and Utilities in the Republic of Kazakhstan. I'm glad to welcome our participants, and I hope that you will hear a lot of interesting information. Please let me present myself. My name is Zulpat Aziva, and I work on decarbonization of the economy of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I'm also a part of Just Energy Transition Partnership Kazakhstan Working Group. As a moderator, I will try to ensure clear and straightforward discussion and presentations in accordance with our schedule. I'm very glad to see that there are more and more participants. Once again, I warmly welcome you on our next panel session on the topic National Project of Modernization of Energy. It has decisive importance for the further well-being of our nation. Today we are going to discuss scales and the most important elements of this national project, focusing on the further partnership and innovation. The main focus of this session is to discuss further stimulation of the development of this national project by uniting key stakeholders from industry, economy and financial sector to reinforce better understanding of our common goals, opportunities and implementation strategies for our project. The speakers will present different options and funding mechanisms, as well as the role of Kazakh Invest in attracting foreign direct investments. This session will provide a platform to how to develop modern and effective energy. How can we expect quantitative and qualitative results of this energy project, and what is the role of housing and utilities? We see that there are more than 200 facilities, and therefore the funding is essential. We need further more than 13 billion, 6 out of them for housing and utilities, 7 and 5 for modernization, and 602 for further subsidies. Totally up to 2029, the total subsidies 1,480 billion tenge, and further this number will increase.
The supervisor and the operator is Mr. Buzumbayev, Vice Minister of National Economy, Mr. Kasenov. And allow me please to start the major part of the presentation and give the floor to Mr. Bolotbayev, Deputy Chairman of Committee for Regulations of Natural Monopolies. So he's going to be briefing us about the project up to 2029. Good afternoon, dear participants to the forum, dear colleagues, and back in December of last year, we have approved the national project on modernizing energy and utility sectors, and the draft law is being considered by the parliamentary deputies at the moment. The project itself includes the major objectives such as ensuring less wear and tear and engineering networks to ensure safety of utilities, modernization, no deficit in heating and electricity. And we have conducted the meetings with the financial institutions to include international financial institutions, and we have a series of mechanisms for funding to ensure the return thanks to the guaranteed tariff. And the current tariff policy includes a line when saying about the commitment to pay the major debt back, and should there be a violation, then there's going to be an administrative liability imposed afterwards, and then the return of money from the consumers. And I would like to say that the national project was aimed to decrease dependency on monopolies and create new jobs. So we have analyzed the current communal system within the sectors, and as you could see, in heating, for instance, we have 53% of demand, and 1.3 trillion tenge are needed to modernize 1.6 thousand kilometers of networks, and then we would need to have the expected wear and tear at the level of 40%. And at the same time, at this sector, we have such subjects as critical areas. So we have 22 facilities, and the wear and tear there is merging from 65 to 90%. And so firstly, we need to make an accent on the facilities that are located in the most critical zones. And electric power is 62% of wear and tear levels, and we have 3.8 trillion tenge to modernize 77.6 thousand of kilometers, and the expected wear and tear is going to be 45%. And also in this sector, we have 18 electricity transmission facilities with the wear and tear up to 90%, and it is at least less modernized, and we have 4.7 thousand kilometers of networks to be modernized, and there's also 22 facilities of water supply, and in some cases the wear and tear is up to 100%, so 54% of of wastewater management, so 2.6 thousand kilometers. And we also do have up to 100% of wear and tear in the most critical zones. And this slide depicts the mechanisms for funding of the communal sector up to 2029. The national project needs 6.8 trillion tenge, and we plan to address four major forces, both domestic and international, the second-tier banks, the public budget, and the national fund, and the money of the shareholders. And you could see the needs in terms of the service providers, and having more investment as well as to maintenance of the engineering networks will make sure that there's less investment, expenses up to 45%. And the next slide provides for a technical operator of the CAS center of utilities, and they actually monitor the implementation of the project. The financial operator is going to be represented by Batirek, and their competence is to provide direct and bond-based investment. My colleagues will tell you more in detail. So within the framework of the utility network, we would like to engage local producers, and thanks to implementation of the national project, we would like to load the companies producing the goods for utilities. And besides, we plan to have 30 plus percent more jobs, and this will enable us to reinforce the market positions, and therefore the growth is to the national economy is going to be ensured at the level of 1.52%. And besides, while implementing the national project, we envisage to provide support to the vulnerable layers of society, thanks to regulating the tariffs. And at the moment, the current mechanism provides for providing support to vulnerable layers of society, but at the same time, the threshold of the maximum is going to be applied within a framework of 50%, dependent on the income levels. And this is going to be actually expanding the number of those subject to subsidies. So actually, what we plan is to digitalize and automate the utility supply. So there's no going to be a need to ask for the bills. Everything is going to be automated, and the support will be provided to the individual consumers. And with this, I would like to finish. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm ready to respond. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nurlan, for such an detailed information, and I guess that it is really important to understand what the essence of the national project is. So, dearest participants, I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is going to be reporting about local content in energy supply and generation. Aseljan Musin is going to be delivering his speech. So, Director of the Department of Energy Sector Development, Ministry of Energy. Good afternoon, dearest colleagues. I would like to greet you to this forum, and to continue the presentation of my colleague, I would like to tell you more in regards to the national project that has to do with the generation and both heating and electricity. As you all know, currently we have the share of utility with the wear and tear up to 50% at least, and in order to regulate it within the framework of the national project, we envisage to modernize the generating facilities. And this slide depicts information in more details in regards to what's going to be happening up to 2029, and we're going to be having in addition 7.3 gigawatt, and we need to have 6.2 trillion tenge to do that. And consequently, we will have less wear and tear, and we used to be having 57, and by 2029 the wear and tear is expected to be at a level of 40%. And looking at the annual breakdown, the modernization will be provided within 14 projects on the existing facilities, and we're also going to be having building new generating facilities. And the major projects is something that you could see on the screen. So on existing facilities is 2,050 megawatt, and 5,259 megawatt in the amount of trillions of tenge. And I would like to respond that when it comes to generation, we would like to fund the projects within the electric capacity market, and there's not going to be any subsidies provided. Ministry of Energy has the mechanisms enabling to guarantee the return of investment subject to the investment agreement, or going through arranging the auctions by setting the winners, and we also provide the guarantee of the return of investment to the investors. And the next slide is devoted to the mechanisms that have to do with the modernization of the electric supply, natural monopolies facilities, and for 5 years in a row, it is anticipated to have almost 2.8 trillion tenge, and it is planned to provide modernization over 6.6 thousand kilometers, and 47 projects in power supply were included in the amount of 89.7 billion tenge, and we plan to provide modernization in 1.3 thousand kilometers. So we have the basic equipment already purchased needed for the repair awards. It's semiconductors for over 7.4 thousand kilometers, and there's also 138 transformers and transmitters, so components of the substations, over 2,000 pieces. So it's necessary to mention that in any case, while implementing this project, there's going to be the priorities that have to do with local content support, and the ministry has been actively working and is ready to provide support to all of the investors. Those who wish to open their production in Kazakhstan and localize it, you're welcome, and the accent is going to be made on high-tech solutions and the elements with the modern technologies incorporated. The competence of the Ministry of Energy since this year includes the heating networks, and we're responsible for the policy development in this regard. And to modernize 1.6 thousand kilometers. We have 1.3 trillion tenge, and 28 projects were supported, and 120 billion tenge was provided. And we had the baseline needs for equipment, so sophisticated equipment, steel beams, and so valves made of steel. And this is going to be envisaged within the framework of the same mechanisms. Now let me report to you about the national project from the smart metering standpoint. And the objective is to ensure the intellectual solutions available, and smart metering in electricity supply is really essential. And we have a sophisticated system of keeping the records of generated electricity and the electricity provided to the end users. So actually within the national project, so we do have a chance to have a full-fledged analysis and automation in metering. And we plan to cover intellectual the energy sources with the intellectual products, and there's going to be the minimum requirements to automation to include SCADA and automated management systems. So this is aimed at shrinking the losses, and this will let the energy facilities to manage the networks more efficiently, and as a result of the analysis to identify the most critical units to be modernized. In terms of smart metering and heating, you know that the Ministry of Energy adopted for the first time in the history a law that has to do with regulating heating, and we have used the systemic approach, and we have anticipated the mechanisms enabling us to monitor, and the Ministry has been studying those events, and previously, because of distribution of competences amongst the public offices, that work was not ongoing. And since the 1st of July, there's going to be full online coverage of those systems. And currently, we work on collecting and analyzing the current smart meters available, and in the midterm, the ministry is going to be achieving the objectives, and therefore monitoring and a meeting will be available to ensure the high quality services to the end users. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Seljan. In terms of the issues and Q&A, so should we actually fit the schedule after all of the speakers deliver their speeches, then we will have the Q&A session in case if we succeed and have enough time. But if we don't have time, then we decided to go to meeting room number 1, and you will be given a chance to ask your questions there in case if we don't make it on time. And dear participants, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. He's going to be briefing us about the initiatives of Bayterik in regards to the roles of the financial operators within the framework of the modernization of the energy sector and utilities. So Adliya Murzagaliyeva, Managing Director, Bayterik, is going to present. So please, madam, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased to meet you here. And since February, we've been discussing lots of essential issues, and now we do a lot in terms of ensuring legal framework to support the initiatives that we have proposed. And the funding is going to be available starting from this year, and the projects are being actively considered, and many facilities of the national monopolies do contribute to that process. The objective is really ambitious and essential, and as a national development institution, BITREC is in possession of a wide spectrum of instruments, from the facilities to crediting capacities, and there is a key role that we are going to be playing in terms of funding and ensuring the funding mechanisms, and this is going to depend on the economic and financial parameters of each and every individual project. And the previous speakers have already briefed you about the major tendencies, and the idea is to reinforce the utility structure. Our objective is to make sure that there's less wear and tear levels, and of course the national development is the ultimate objective. So we provide loan money ranging from 7 to 20 years, dependent on the return of investment, for instance. We're ready to engage market sources and inclusive of international financial organizations, ADB, IFC, the World Bank, as well as the second-tier banks will contribute as well. And the natural monopoly subjects will also contribute, and there's a common understanding that the public budget will be available, represented by the National Fund, will also contribute. So, and the Republican budget's funds will also be engaged in terms of providing the subsidies and so on. And we need to provide funding for the guaranteed tariff, as well as to ensure the control over the expediency of expenditures, and we will have digital tenge applied to track. And we have ambitious objectives in terms of providing support to local producers, and the renewal is one of the aspects, and this is going to be ensured thanks to the CASA content. And overall funding is a widely spread system, so our 13.6 trillion tenge and 6.2 is energy, so it's 3.2 billion US dollars. So 3.5 billion US dollars is going to be spent for utilities. So $312 million is going to be spent to digitalize the project. And within the framework of the listed initiatives, what we anticipate is that the first active investments will be made in 2025, 2026, 2027, and the rest funds will be provided within the upcoming 7 years. So the project is anticipated to last for 5 years, but we believe that the instrument is going to remain, and we will actually relate with the natural monopoly subjects using this instrument. So the objective of the government is to make sure that the facilities are included into the project, and the second-tier banks and the international financial organizations get admitted to this national project. And the funding is direct, so co-funding, and we also contribute with bonds, and the local municipalities will collaborate at the local levels, and they will identify the credit risks for the local utility facilities, and there's going to be a commitment on behalf of the local municipality. And there's also going to be a part of Republican budget, and we looked at equity options. Why? Because perhaps the natural monopolists, once the rules of the game are clear, they will be more active in terms of investing into their own projects. And we have also looked at leasing funding. So why leasing funding? Is that we're going to be having a lot of generating equipment. Everybody is aware about the fact that the Ministry of Energy is concentrated on the coal generation, and international financial institutions are not generally interested in coal generation. And in this regard, what we would like to see is the special bonds mechanism enabling to fund such projects. Overall, the development of energy sector is something that anticipates, as I said to you before, over $3 billion, and we anticipate that the generation is going to be funded thanks to tariffs. And in this regard, predominantly, Bayterik is going to be participating in distribution and generation, and so transmission and distribution. So transmission of heating. And I'd like to mention about the following. So in regards to the generation, this is going to be the funding mechanism for this national project in particular. But again, if I brief you further, you were briefed about wear and tear. I'm not going to be falling into details. And in terms of the funding, we're going to be having the technical operator and the financial operator. But overall, within the framework of the national project, the key component is that we're going to be having a synergy between the operator and the financial operator, as well as the technical operator, who understand the technology and cycle and process related interventions, and they have a better understanding than we do. So some technical part and the expertise will be provided by the CAS Center of Utilities. So our objective is actually to identify the funding mechanism, to have a more thorough look at economic expediency, financial performance, and undoubtedly we're going to be looking at the return of investment, again based on funding, and our position is going to be based on the following principles. So in terms of the funding sources, again, return of investment is the key essential indicator, and the source of funding is Bayterik. So 6.8 trillion tenge in regards to this money. So 5 trillion tenge is going to be provided as loans. So we anticipate that the second-tier banks will be covering some of those funding tranches, and international financial institutions that traditionally deal with water supply and heating, and local municipalities will also have a burden on their shoulders as well. So it's just 57 billion tenge, a very modest amount. So we actually, what we did, we just looked at the distribution, and we based our estimations on the equity and capital market we have currently in Kazakhstan. So the Ministry of Industry and Construction and Ministry of Energy will be providing the assistance while implementing the project. In terms of the criteria, in regards to the facilities, those were divided into 4, irrespectively of the industry. Starting from generating the electricity to wastewater management. We are going to be looking precisely at the number of clients, number of end users, and in certain cases, we will get engaged for 20 years, and our indicator is the growth of population, the trends on expanding the digitalization and the number of clients, and as well as the ownership will also matter. We will engage those who will be more attractive for the second-tier banks and international financial organizations, and for the development institutions in Kazakhstan. So one of the projects that could be implemented in Astana, Almaty, or Shymkent isn't going to be covered by just one institution, And in this regard, we have a clear understanding that there's a syndicated approach available. And we have identified whatever that has to do with 550,000 people and end users, and in certain cases we will deal with aggressive urbanization, and in other cases there's going to be moderate levels or regress, and those parameters also are very important for us in regards to these projects. So for instance, if the natural monopolies facilities calculate the investment projects or expediency models, they have to look at an issue that has to do with economic parameters, the baseline interest rate, inflation. However, it's really important to make sure that they work B2B and B2C, so you deal with citizens, budgetary organizations, and so on. And everything depends on the density of population. Those are the very important parameters for us. And having said this, in order to ensure sustainability of the facilities, we finished working on the methodology to incorporate those indicators. And I mentioned about local municipalities with budgetary loans potentially available. So we would like to mention about micro-rural areas and districts and some signature villages that could actually follow the national standard. As far as I'm concerned, the Ministry of National Economy has all of the items, the centralized heating, centralized water supply, and so on.
Мы предполагаем, все-таки где-то надо бюджет.
And I believe that we need to highlight specific elements, specific issues, because 20 years later we won't sure about our further population, whether it be about 60,000 or 100,000 people living in these localities. I would like to exemplify the case of Ekibastus. Before the population of Ekibastus was much smaller, but now the population of Ekibastus is more than 10,000 people, and the reason is that back in 2010 the railway cluster was constructed. Nowadays there are 7 plants working there, as well as large investment projects where ferrum, silicium and other chemical elements are extracted, and therefore we understand that within the framework of such projects the cities will grow. As a result, we need to understand the economic situation of these cities in the future. We need to ensure workplaces situation. Therefore, we definitely will pay attention to such criteria. In natural monopolies, local executive bodies, they need to pay attention to this fact and to bear it in mind. Here, I provided the examples of legislative changes. Now our draft law or amendments being considered by the government, and this summer we plan to formulate full-fledged bylaws. And now in pilot mode we consider these projects and plan jointly with city halls of Karaganda, Kostanay and regions and Uralsk in the west of Kazakhstan. We plan to issue obligations, bonds, to create bonds and sell them. And within the pilot project we also work in heat supply and generation. We consider these projects and plan to fund them, provide funding from from our company. We also have a pipeline as assigned by the government. Our pipeline works by 2026, but we need to start to prepare it now. So by fall this year we will start to to analyze it and to look for funding. So those who already have similar projects and want to implement it by 2026, I believe that you can contact us through technical operators or through other governmental bodies, and then when we will receive tariff forecasts, then we are ready to consider such type of projects. To clarify any possible concerns, questions, we left our contact data. Please contact us. We will provide our consultations and refer you to the necessary bodies. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Aliya. Yes, sure, you provided very detailed information with very useful details, and I'm sure that among our participants there are people representing different organizations who are potentially interested in the information that you provided. Distinguished guests, I would like to invite Madiyar Sultanbek, our next speaker, Deputy CEO of Kazakh Invest. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, distinguished participants of the forum. Colleagues from the Ministry of Energy asked me to tell for our foreign guests and investors to present information about Kazakh Invest and our activities, and I would like to ask distinguished organizers of this forum, thank you very much for inviting me. Please let me briefly present Kazakh Invest activities and how can we provide our assistance for the investors. As you know, national company Kazakh Invest, it's the company accountable for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our main activity are focused on the support of projects, starting from the ideas to implementation, and even after that, we provide post-investment support in accordance with international methodology. It's called aftercare. What are our main functions? We attract new investors to the economy of the country, predominantly in the most priority sectors, which include energy, especially renewable energy sources. It also includes support of projects in at all the stages. The most popular questions from our investors is to look for regional partners and to support their communication with the local executive bodies, city halls, and so on and so forth. It also includes the organization of meetings with the central executive bodies and institutional development organizations, such as you can see. We help to prepare the agreements and to provide this information to the decision makers. Kazakh Invest is a one-stop shop. It means a single window, one-stop shop for the investors, irrespectively of the industry of the field. Foreign investors can look for support from Kazakh Invest, and our Kazakh will provide their assistance for their projects. Here on the screen you can see our map. Actually, this map is a bit off. It doesn't depict the full picture, but here on the screen you can see all the countries where we provide our support. Our main areas of activities include three different types of activities. First, we target and attract investors. Then we support investment projects, or as we call it, we ground our investment projects, and then we provide aftercare. We apply proactive approach. We try to attract the investors in the most high priority sectors of the economy. First, we outline them jointly with the Ministry of Economy, and after that, using all our foreign representatives, the network of the embassies in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and we look for potential investors and attract them to the necessary sectors of our economy. We also receive consultations on what technologies we need in our economy, and we also monitor so-called investor signals, including press releases, different types of information where large companies publish and show their interest in Kazakhstan. What can we offer for our investors? First of all, different preferences, both financial and non-financial. As you know, in Kazakhstan there are 16 special economic zones in different regions of Kazakhstan, where there are different types of tax preferences, tax exemptions. For example, tax exemptions for property, VAT, and other types of tax exemptions. And my colleagues from Kazakh Invest provide consultations to provide this information for the investors, what are the different types of preferences and exemptions, and what is necessary in order to receive these preferences from the government. Apart from that, we also operators of national investment platform. Here, I would like to clarify, to provide more data, especially for Kazakhstani investors. In accordance with the latest amendments in the tax code, we introduced a new term, the register of investors, and all the investors who were listed in this register, the being of these investors is included in this register. What does it give to the investors? In our tax code, we have so-called special prosecutors filter, and all the investors who were listed in this register, they are protected by this prosecutors filter. What does it mean, prosecutors filter? It means any limiting measures towards investors. These limitations cannot be applied towards investors if this investor was listed in this register. It's a very powerful tool, so please use National Investment Platform, register in this platform, and please introduce your data about your project in this platform. Just a brief statistics next. After our independence, Kazakhstan attracted in the economy more than 470 billion USD in the form of investments. The largest investors you can see on the screen, including USA, Netherlands, of course, China, and other European countries, as well as other Asian Pacific countries and Southeast. After our independence, we invested more in transport infrastructure in the amount of more than 35 billion. It helps investors to use these corridors, to use our railway network, our vehicle network, maritime ports, and 8 transit corridors to import equipment, raw materials, and to, most importantly, to export our products. Once again, brief statistics in Kazakhstan. In different ratings, we rank top positions in Central Asian region. We rank quite high positions globally. For example, in accordance in OECD rating, the OECD FDI regulatory restrictiveness index, we rank highest positions. It's not only Central Asia, we are number 1 actually in Central Asia and number 33 in the world. There are some other ratings, for example, global attractiveness index. In accordance to this rating, we rank 35th place, and we are top 1 in the Central Asia. Our major advantages are rich natural resources, vast potential for the development of green energy, especially in terms of solar and wind energy. We have very favorable investment climate. Apart from the measures that I already mentioned, we have such a tool, so-called the Council for attracting foreign investments, chaired by the Deputy Minister, Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and within the framework of this council, we consider different measures how to attract foreign investments. Apart from that, Kazakhstan is one of the largest operators of so-called tool agreements on investment among foreign investors. It's very popular. It's one of the most powerful tools for major investors. We call them major if they provide more than 60 billion USD. In the investor who plan projects for more than 60 billion USD, they can apply to Kazakh Invest to conclude an agreement with the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And within the framework of this investment agreement with the government, there are guarantees for up to 25 years and different types of tax exemptions. So if you need consultations for this tool, for these investment agreements, please contact us and we will provide you this information. I believe that's it. If you will have any further questions, as was mentioned by the moderator, we are open for your questions and comments. Thank you. Thank you, Madiyar. Thank you very much. And the next speaker, I would like to invite Madam I would like to invite our next speaker, Kabasova Kamila. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, distinguished participants. Now, once again, let's discuss the national projects. My previous colleagues already mentioned a lot about our national project on modernization of energy and housing and utilities. But in my presentation, I would like to dwell on the role of technical operator, about the necessity of technical operator during all the functional operations which will be provided by the technical operator. Our housing and utilities sectors, as you all know, it faced during the last few years with a lot of serious challenges. There is a high level of wear and tear in this sector, and as of today, this wear and tear level is already on very high level, and that's why we have quite ambitious task to develop and adopt 5 years program focused on the resolution of the most difficult problems of the sector. On the first slide, in capital letters, I would like to show you the major milestones of technical operator. Here I would like to highlight that my colleagues mentioned some figures. They mentioned the planned investments, high volumes of the investments, and as was mentioned, the source of return of these investments is the tariff of housing and utilities. Therefore, it's especially important to resolve these challenges and to ensure effective implementation of this project. We need to achieve high results and to attract investments. Therefore, to achieve this goal, the government developed and adopted the institution of technical operator. Within the framework of this national project, technical operator works in 4 milestones. There are 4 milestones of this project. The first milestone is the first stop shop first window. It's the selection and approval of the project. Here I would like to show just a general information how it's supposed to work. Of course, it works in terms of the natural monopolies, and it's all approved by the local executive bodies, because here we talk about priorities, prioritization. Here it's also important to consider red points in the regions. Of course, there should be particular sequence within the project. Therefore, upon the approval of the local executive bodies, the natural monopolies entities, they file applications, and I would like to highlight that all the rules of the projects, they are provided in the draft of technical operator procedures. Currently within the this mechanism of national project is developed, and in accordance with the adopted regulations, all the projects need to follow strict procedures. After selection and approval, which is the first milestone, next the project is being considered by the Committee of the Regulation of Natural Monopolies in the whole national project ecosystem. What are the principles for selection? First principle is the principle of priority. Here we consider the degree of warranty of equipment and networks, the frequency and scale of emergencies and violations, and the increase of the term extending the service life of facilities, and our main goal is to prolong their operation. And next is the principle of feasibility. Here we need to consider social and economical significance of the project, to increase the quality and reliability of the services, to ensure continuous provision of services, and to cover more consumption, more consumers. And the last principles concerns the generation of new capacities. The third principle is the principle of justification. Here we consider improvement of the operational, technical, and technological characteristics of the existing infrastructure. Here I would like to pay attention to one of the most important principles for selection of the projects. We ensure comprehensive accounting, management, and monitoring of the resources. All these three principles in total will help us to select the projects in the regional scale, in the country scale, to select the projects that are the most relevant, in high priority, and the implementation of which during the whole term of national project will affect the indicators of wear and tear in housing and utilities sector, once again within the framework of the national plan. We provide this selection, exercise these procedures for the selection of projects within 7 days. The second stage is the approval of the operator, financial operator, and after it's approved, the technical operator then proceeds with the assignment for design. We believe that it's the most important part, because this part, design assignment, it provides the design assignments procedures in accordance with the regulations, with the standards, and in the explanatory note it's necessary to explain the preliminary calculation and project parameters to explain the actual volumes and planned loads in taking into account the development of the regions where the project is located, of course taking into account population coverage and future connections, and to take into account data and monitoring system. One more compulsory requirement is to provide supporting documents in accordance with the project. Next, after the improvement stage, after the stage of design assignment, technical operator proceeds with the next stage, which is the project project estimate documentation. It includes estimate documentation where the volumes of investments are provided, not only investments expenditures as well as the planned expenditures. Here I would like to especially highlight that these procedures is approved, this estimate documentation is approved before the interdepartmental expertise. I believe that I also need to highlight that the main principle of the national project is to attract the contractor based on the mechanism of the construction design. Within the framework of the national project, we envisage the turnkey support. This mechanism is developed by the Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Construction. They will develop the corresponding rules, and when we are talking about the estimate documentation, this is the project which will be developed within EPC contract by the contractor. And next, one of the most basic areas is monitoring, implementation of the project. Here, I would like to underscore that the issues of implementation, including procurement of materials, including purchasement of equipment, necessary technical equipment, including the schedules and the milestone of installation and construction works. Of course, it will be monitored by the technical operator, and within the framework of the national project, we plan to launch digital platform where everything will be transparent and all the procedures can be monitored online. Currently, this platform is being developed, it's underway. It also will be integrated with the existing systems, which will help to monitor and to timely implement the projects as well as to monitor effectiveness and quality of the projects. And of course, we will consider the role and the share of Kazakhstan in these projects. In terms of Kazakhstan's share in the national projects, our task is first to ensure the development of national producers, to localize existing enterprises, take into account the volumes and perspectives of the national project. As was mentioned by my colleagues, there are significant volumes. As of today, the necessary products include pumping equipment, polymer products, electrical and technical equipment, and so on and so forth. Okay, it was just the most important brief information, and to summarize, I would like to highlight one of the innovations within the framework of the national project is the development of a new body which will fully operate and ensure the high quality implementation of the national plan, and this body will ensure the high effectiveness and implementation of such kind of projects. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to mention that today's session covered the most important components and modules which necessary to be taken into account by the investors and by the participants of the market. And unfortunately, I would like to inform that we do not have time for the Q&A session since it's already time for our next session. And I would like to summarize. I'm deeply thankful for our distinguished speakers. Thank you for your time, for your knowledge, and for new information that you provided for us today. This panel session once again highlighted the importance of innovation, cooperation, and strategic investments in order to unleash the potential within the framework of the Republic of Kazakhstan on modernization of energy and housing and utility sector. We can confidently say that working jointly we can construct more effective, sustainable and fair future in energy, housing and utilities in our country. Thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished speakers. Now I would like to invite you to make a family photo. Thank you.
Откуда ты? Я из Найроби. Белграда. Абиджана. Панамы.
Looking back over thousands of years, the Tang Dynasty experienced its golden age of development. In 2002, China Datang Corporation Limited emerged in the midst of China's power system reform. China Datang, the namesake of the Tang Dynasty, nowadays has been showing new vitality. It has grown rapidly in electric power, coal and coal chemical industry, finance, environmental protection, trade and logistics, and emerging industries. It has been listed in the Fortune Global 500 for 15 consecutive years. As of the end of 2024, the total assets have amounted to nearly 130 billion US dollars, and the total installed capacity has surpassed 200 gigawatts, with clean energy accounting for 49.66% and providing more than 50% of the power consumption for the capital city Beijing. Going green through innovation, adhering to the corporate mission of providing green energy for a better life, China Datang has been committed to the 2030 carbon peak and 2060 carbon neutrality goal by developing an energy mix of wind, solar, hydro, coal-fired, gas-fired, and nuclear power, and has been accelerating green and low-carbon development. From Tuokechu 10 million kilowatts, wind solar thermal storage, multi-energy complementary energy base in Inner Mongolia, to Zhejiang Shanshan Chandu fishery complementary PV power project, China Datang has stepped up efforts to build 10 million kilowatts energy bases across China, million kilowatts new energy bases, and distributed energy resources in central and southeast China. By 2025, clean energy capacity will account for more than 50%. Driven by technological innovation, China Datang has made significant progress on projects, including Zhejiang Hydropower Station, Ningxia Zhongdun Compressed Air Energy Storage Project, Shandong Yuncheng 630 degrees centigrade ultra supercritical secondary reheat power project, and Inner Mongolia Dulin Green Hydrogen Coupling Coal Chemical Project. China Datang has built a digital transformation roadmap to enhance total factor productivity and create a competitive advantage for high-quality development. Embrace the world, win the future. From the past to the present, the Silk Road has connected the East and West. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, China Datang has built a diversified international business platform covering investment, operations, trade, carbon markets, and science and technology cooperation. We have presence in more than 10 countries, including Southeast Asia, Central Asia, Europe, and Africa, with about 2,000 overseas employees and a localization rate of 80%. We're operating 7 overseas projects, including Cambodia Power Transmission Project, Myanmar Dapane Hydropower Station, Cambodia Stung Ate Hydropower Station, Mulabo, Kendari, Kalteng, and Sumsel power plants in Indonesia. With the ongoing construction of the Buka Solar PV project in Uzbekistan and the Pakbang hydropower project in Laos, and several overseas renewable energy projects under development, the total capacity is projected to reach 4,000 megawatts. In Uzbekistan, China Datang initiated the Silk Road Energy Joint Technology Innovation (R&D) Center, advancing technological collaboration, integrating ESG factors in our investment life cycle. We support long-term, sustainable growth that generates economic and social benefits for all individuals and communities. PT Datang DSSP Power Indonesia, 1-star 5 of the top CSR Awards 2024. Strive together for excellence. Looking forward, guided by the beacon of culture of excellence. We strive together for excellence by building a world-class power supplier, featuring green and low-carbon development, multi-energy complementarity, efficient synergy, and digital intelligence. In Kazakhstan, China Datang held a meeting with Mr. Roman Sklyar, First Deputy Prime Minister of Kazakhstan. China Datang introduced the Alata New City Source Grid Load Storage concept to Mr. Akenza Haynov Erlin, Minister of Energy of Kazakhstan. China Datang introduced the Alata New City Source Grid Load Storage Project to Mr. Sultangaziv Maratelusizovic, Governor of Almaty Region. China Datang held a meeting with Mr. Ilyas Baykitshan Nasionali, Vice Minister of Energy of Kazakhstan. China Datang held a meeting with Mr. Yerzhan Yelikayev, Chairman of Kazakh Invest. Alata New City is planned to accommodate a population of 2 million as a smart city, positioning itself as a green and low-carbon area. The Ministry of Energy of Kazakhstan takes a far-sighted approach, striving to build an intelligent, reliable and clean energy system to support its urban functions and sustainable development goals. China Datang is implementing the Source Grid Load Storage Project in Zhongwei City, Ningxia Province, China. Considering the importance of Alata New City, China Datang intends to provide intelligent and sustainable energy solutions, source grid load storage, making the earth greener and the future brighter.
Китайская южная электросетевая компания CSG берет на себя ответственность за участие во вложении, строительство и управление электрическими сетями в южных провинциях Китая и обеспечивает электроснабжение Гонконга и Макао. Регион электроснабжения составляет 1 миллион квадратных километров с населением 272 миллиона человек и владеет зарубежными активами на 4 континентах. В 2023 году суммарные активы 171,1 миллиарда долларов США и проданная электроэнергия 1348,3 тераватт-часов. CSG стремится к созданию экологичной и эффективной, оснащенной цифровыми технологиями, и строит безопасную и надежную новую энергосистему. Компания стремится строить корпорацию мирового класса с глобальной конкурентоспособностью. Уже 20 лет подряд CSG входит в список 500 наиболее влиятельных компаний мира, пока занимает 78-е место. И также CSG получила кредитный рейтинг от 3 международных рейтинговых агентств – Standard & Poor's, Moody's и Fitch. CSG управляет одной из самых сложных энергосистем в мире. Протяженность с востока на запад – 2000 километров. Общая установленная мощность CSG – более 400 гигаватт. CSG построила 19 магистральных линий электропередачи напряжением 500 киловатт и выше, из которых 8 переменного тока и 11 постоянного. Мощностью передачи более 58 гигаватт. 2022 год. Обладая технологиями UHVDC, VSC-HVDC, безопасной и стабильной эксплуатации и управления большими сетями, экономичной эксплуатации сетей, сверхпроводимости и другими ключевыми технологиями. Завершен первый в мире проект высоковольтной передачи постоянного тока напряжением плюс-минус 800 киловольт, плюс-минус 800 киловольт на постоянном токе от Юннани до Гуандуна. Построен и введен в эксплуатацию мультитерминальный проект Удунде, который стал первым в мире мультитерминальным проектом 800 киловатт VSC UHVDC. В рамках проекта было реализовано 19 мировых рекордов. В 2021 году консорциум CSGI, ISA и Transelect совместно развивали проект Kilo, первую в Чили линию электропередачи постоянного тока высокого напряжения HVDC. Благодаря общим усилиям зеленая энергия может быть передана с севера Чили в его столицу Сантьяго. Компания создала новую энергосистему, выпускала первую в мире белую книгу по цифровой электросети, разработала самостоятельно первую в Китае силовую специальную мастер-микросхему управления ФУСИ, чтобы предотвращать и устранять основные риски для безопасной работы энергосистемы. В аспекте диспетчеризации ИИ помогает отслеживать все линии станции в режиме реального времени и более точно прогнозировать погоду и загрузку. Таким образом, используется 99,7% энергии ветра и фотоэлектрической энергии. В направлении электропередачи подстанций дроны автономно проверяют все линии 220 киловатт и выше. Была создана модель инспекции трансмиссии на основе интеллектуального мониторинга с помощью беспилотников, дополненного вертолетами. 60 дронов были использованы для проведения инспекций, специальных операций и других задач. Впервые в энергетике был выполнен проект пробного полета с использованием сверхмощных беспилотников для подъема материалов. Технологии машинного патрулирования, такие как усовершенствованное патрулирование, инфракрасное измерение температуры и сбор данных лидара, широко используются для значительного повышения эффективности работы. Посредством дистанционного мониторинга патрулирования и наблюдения за данными для юрисдикции рабочего состояния линии в режиме реального времени проводится физический осмотр. Благодаря серии алгоритмов, впервые выявляющих и предупреждающих о скрытой опасности линии, эффективно гарантирующих безопасную и стабильную работу энергосистемы. В составе компании имеется 15 вертолетных подразделений, способных оказывать такие услуги, как транспортировка предметов первой необходимости и аварийно-спасательные работы. Эти подразделения обследовали более 300 тысяч километров линий электропередачи. Среднегодовая производительность беспилотников и вертолетов по обработке данных достигла 125 тысяч километров. На 99,5% подстанции контролируются беспилотно, а уровень точности интеллектуальной роботизированной инспекции достиг 100%, что позволило снизить затраты на инспекцию более чем на 50%. Будет применять роботов для подводных работ при строительстве подводной электростанции сверхвысокого напряжения 500 кВт большой протяженности для решения проблемы с дефицитом электроэнергии на острове Хайнань. В аспекте распределения реализовано установление со 100% умными электроизмерительными приборами, покрытие автоматизированного распределительного оборудования более 80%. Реализован возврат счетов за электроэнергию более 99,99%. Комплексная потеря всей сети не более 5,5%. Среди них ежегодные перебои в подаче электроэнергии в Гуанчжоу и Шэньчжэне составляют менее 20 минут. Надежность энергоснабжения в районе Большого залива Гуандун, Гонконг, Макао достигла передового уровня крупных районов залива в мире. Выйти на международный рынок и в полной мере использовать преимущества основного бизнеса по передаче и распределению электроэнергии. Завершила приобретение акций компаний Peru Bolus Energy SA и Peru Bolus Comprehensive Energy Services SA, став первой зарубежной компанией, зарегистрированной на бирже, принадлежащей Southern Power Grid. Активное развитие бизнеса, распределение электроэнергии плюс зеленая энергетика и стремление повысить уровень эксплуатации местной распределительной сети. Это послужит дальнейшему экономическому и социальному развитию Перу и поможет ускорить энергетические преобразования в странах Латинской Америки. Сосредоточившись на достижении углеродного пика и углеродной нейтральности, установленная мощность всей сети, работающей не на ископаемом топливе, около 60%. Мы активно укрепляем международное сотрудничество в области зеленой энергетики. И совместно с Саудовской международной энергетической и водной компанией построили и эксплуатируем ветроэнергетический проект Баш и Занкелди в Узбекистане с международной энергетической и водной компанией Саудовской Аравии. Стала крупнейшим по установленной мощности ветроэнергетическим проектом в Центральной Азии. Ожидается, что по завершении строительства в 2025 году он позволит сократить выбросы углекислого газа на 1,6 миллиона тонн в год. Развитие гидроаккумулирующих электростанций. Было возведено 7 ГАЭС миллионного уровня мощности. Компания запустила Центр управления, который контролирует, эксплуатирует и диагностирует все ГАЭС в круглосуточном режиме 24/7. Обеспечивает беспилотные эксплуатации ГАЭС. Создание передовых решений в гидроаккумулировании. Построен первый в мире плавучий волновой генератор мегаваттного класса «Нанкунь». Он способен вырабатывать 24 тысячи киловатт-час электроэнергии в сутки и обеспечить долгосрочное стабильное электроснабжение островов.
再来，看你，太亮了是吧？哦，OK。
Уважаемые гости форума, текущая сессия цифровизация сетей и
The next session is postponed to 2:30 to Astana Hall at the second floor. Now you can participate in the session of cybersecurity, global challenges and solutions. It's conducted in Astana Hall on the second floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Добрый день, уважаемые участники.
Welcome back. Good afternoon, distinguished participants of the forum. Our distinguished speakers, they speak Chinese and English languages, so I will try to moderate this session in two languages, Russian and English. If some of our participants want to listen interpretation to other languages, you are welcome. We have simultaneous interpretation to Russian, English, and Chinese.
Janibek, and today I'm honored to moderate this, probably one of the most interesting panel sessions of this forum. Hydrogen. So today we're gonna listen to our experts, invited experts coming from China, to present their experience in hydrogen large-scale infrastructure projects, and we will have an opportunity to discuss about them more in detail later on. So for Kazakhstan, it's one of the most in-demand topics that we are having today, because as we have been discussing in the previous sessions, there is a major issue with renewable energy integration, penetration into the grid. We're having quite a lot of issues in balancing all these new energy system, new renewable energy sources into the grid. And we've been discussing about pump storage, about battery energy storage, different types of storage, just to balance the grid. So hydrogen is another very interesting and very high potential technology in this field, helping to balance the grid, but also helping to create absolutely new energy source, clean energy source for our energy balance, for our power system. So I would like to start our panel session by inviting Mr. Hou Yanshou, the Vice President of Power China Chengdu, with the topic Opportunities and Challenges in Strategic Decisions in the research of of the development of energy systems of the future. Mr. Hou Yanshou, the floor is yours.
Hello, distinguished participants. Thank you for inviting me. As you know, the topic of our session is hydrogen, new opportunities, industrialization, technologies, projects, international cooperation. As you know, now energy is actively, hydrogen in energy mix is actively develops, and proportionally, based on the slides that we can see, the share of historically fossil fuels, they dominated in the energy mix, while RES share was very minor and insignificant. Based on the Paris Agreement on climate change, we see that there is a pressing need to introduce more renewables into the global energy mix. If we will not, as you know, if we will not stop the steady growth of temperature globally, then there will be our planet can turn into ashes. And starting from 2021, we started to follow this path. As you can see, starting from 2021, there is hydrogen energy exhibits both energy and material characteristics. We have a lot of different types of areas: photovoltaics, solar, wind, and other types of renewable energy areas. Hydrogen is actively used in different types of industries, in chemistry, in heat power, in chemical industrial processes, and so on and so forth. So hydrogen is widely used in different industries. On the next slide, you can see the biggest countries and economies which introduce the strategies of green hydrogen development. Predominantly, these projects operate in EU and in Western countries, as you can see. And now we see that more and more countries join similar green hydrogen projects. For example, America, North, South America. Of course, the development pace is not that fast as in the EU. We also see Australia. Australia itself is a very resourceful nation. They have a lot of natural resources, but nevertheless they implement green projects. In China, we also see a very steady growth of renewables in the energy mix. And we believe that in the future, clean energy will develop based on the following trends. Overall, we see that there is a 3D concept. First D means decarbonization. We expect that oil demand will peak before 2030. Therefore, the large-scale implementation of deep decarbonization technologies will increase, including green hydrogen steelmaking and green ammonia synthesis. It contributes to substantial carbon emissions reduction in energy intensive industries like steel making, for example, and chemicals. Next, decentralization serves as the physical foundation of future energy development. Distributed photovoltaics combined with energy storage systems form the core units of regional energy microgrids, enabling a rooftop photovoltaics and residential energy storage to collaboratively achieve community-level generation consumption balance. The distributed development of energy is an inevitable evolution trend for future energy systems. By adopting geographically dispersed multi-node collaborative supply model, it breaks through the special constraints and structural vulnerabilities. Next is digitalization. Digitalization acts as the so-called nerve center of the energy revolution. It restructures the entire value chain of energy production, transmission, and consumption through data-driven approaches, establishing itself as a fundamental driver for enhancing system efficiently and expediting the transition towards a low-carbon paradigm. You can see how this situation develops in the EU, in the Western countries. Next, we are within this presentation, we are going to focus on such topic as opportunities and challenges of renewable energy-based hydrogen production. Next, we see three major models of net zero energy. We see first hydrocarbon fuel, ammonia, and other raw materials which have very low content of hydrogen, of carbon as well. And the production of petrochemistry is also quite promising, since petrochemistry can also be used to produce hydrogen. EU, they develop new so-called green cores, and they try to increase demand in green energy. On July 14, 2021, the European Commission approved a package of proposed measures known as Fit for 55, aiming to achieve the new climate protection target of reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% from 1990 levels by 2030. Next, one more opportunity. Investment cost for new energy power generation continue to decrease, and the cost of green hydrogen is gradually aligning with that of hydrogen from fossil fuels. To compare, the cost of wind power for centralized offshore wind power projects has decreased to RMB 4,500 per kilowatt, which is only 54% of the cost in 2011. And the average cost for centralized photovoltaic power generation is about RMB 3,900 per kilowatt, merely 20% of the equivalent cost in 2010. As was mentioned previously, now we have certain tasks. They are operational electricity balance, electricity guarantee balance, and material balance. However, there are four constraints: operational range constraint, minimum air intake constraint for chemical equipment, ramp-up constraint, and time domain constraint, as well as fatigue operational constraint. We need therefore to move these three balances on a new high level. On the next slide, you can see the main challenges. There is a high complexity in electrolyzer and chemical plant integration. Coordinating across multiple time scales is challenging. We need to include monthly, weekly, hourly, and second level strategies, each with unique control requirements. Within 10 minutes, there should be an automatic system. And still we have quite low indicator. And of course, at the moment, it's very difficult to implement it in full swing. Next, let's discuss breakthroughs in key technologies for renewable energy-based hydrogen production. The implementation of hydrogen in energy to extract net ammonia has quite a long history. It was firstly implemented in 1948. For the first time, ammonia was synthesized from hydrogen, and very soon there will be 100 years anniversary of the first extraction of ammonia. Currently, we think that we see that there is a historical opportunity after 1990. The pace of energy efficiency improvement in the traditional HB ammonia synthesis processes significantly slowed down, and we expect that at the expense of the improvement of the traditional processes of ammonia extraction with the usage of green technologies, and by combining synthetic ammonia, we will significantly enhance energy efficiency and simultaneously reduce carbon emissions. We expect, as you can see on the slide, you can see the speed, how ammonia consumption has increased year by year, and as a result of ammonia extraction, the introduction of green technologies has increased. Next, we have several key technologies. For example, managing the production processes of hydrogen and green ammonia, methanol, to accommodate wind and solar energy fluctuations. Using this technology, we can adapt to the fluctuation of solar and wind energy. We can create a system and to transform green energy. We can transform it to the grid effectively using these key technologies. We can also use alkaline hydrogen production equipment. It continues to scale up as well. As compared to the ammonia electrolyzer plus PEM plus alkaline electrolyzing is quite efficient. We can unite electrolyzers plus BOP, many-to-one solution, and to develop precise control algorithm and strategies for multi-electrolyzer clusters. Of course, there are
And we, of course, need to look at the report, the latest report that have been received, the AIE's World Energy Transition Outlook report, which outlines by 2050 approximately a quarter of hydrogen production can be internationally traded. And now you'll see from this picture, this is a traditional the traditional cycle, and we discussed it as well. Now, if you're gonna look at the Central Asia, if you're gonna look at the middle of Eurasian continent here, you'll see how this develops, and I would believe this is a one of the most important areas for the development. And as you will see, the South America and the Africa region, and all of that just shows you how this going to be more and more important in the development area. Now, for the next, we, of course, looking at enhanced standards relating to the hydrogen energy, including all the countries, including the China here. And in China, we are already, again, enhancing the development of the green energy, the green development, and we are contributing to the formulation of international standards in terms of safety, in terms of the industrial and certification protocols. And of course, we vigorously engage in the establishment of relevant international regulations on standards and security on the voice of global stage. And of course, we need to eliminate any sort of barriers for the entry of new energy, green hydrogen technologies and products in international markets. And we need to, of course, expand the consumption market together with that. Now, looking at all of that has been mentioned here, East Asia and Europe here, and Central Asia is positioned in the heart of Eurasia. And so we understand that the geographical advantage of Central Asia will advance into the hydrogen energy production hub that will cater and increase the clean energy needs of nations spanning in the Eurasian continent. And well, Central Asia benefits from superior renewable resources capability. And again, we're talking in terms of wind and solar energy, providing a significant advantage in large-scale production. And of course, the development of renewable energy-based hydrogen production in Central Asia can not only boost the greener economic growth and create employment opportunities, but also enhance the energy security and reduce their vulnerability. And of course, at the end, I would like to once again give a highlight on the global energy transition, and it's really like a river, and it's surging forward with a blend of fever and perplexity. And of course, every individual stands within this grand tide. And we, China here, of course, looking forward of having development of green energy. Thank you. And in your slides, you just mentioned that developed countries have already worked on the strategy of the development of carbon industry. And in these terms, I would like to, of course, add that Kazakhstan also had this vector. The order has been established by the ministry. And of course, Kazakhstan has very great ambitions in terms of the hydrogen, and I believe that our colleagues from oil and gas industry will talk about this a little bit more. And now I would like to give a floor to Mr. Johan Josing, and he is the professional consultant of Institution of Green Hydrogen in chemical production. Thank you.
Zhou Han from NCP, part of Energy China Group. Today, my sharing topic will be large-scale renewable energy, hydrogen production, and integration technology. Energy is a lifeblood for the national economy, and hydrogen energy is a tree in energy transformation. It's not only a green and a clean industrial raw material, but also acting as an efficient and a low-carbon energy carrier. It has a wider range of application scenarios in industry, transportation, electricity, and other fields. Hydrogen is divided into 3 categories according to its source. Green hydrogen produced from petrochemical raw material. Blue hydrogen produced by adding carbon capture and storage at the back end of a gray hydrogen process. And the green hydrogen is obtained by water electrolysis process. Green hydrogen and the related products, including ammonia, methanol, and sulfur, etc. Green hydrogen is suitable for development in areas with great renewable energy resources, available land, water resources, and the ability to transport and export to large demand centers. The future business mode will be able to achieve low-cost hydrogen production even when the electrolyzer is operated intermediately. The technology development and the price reduction for the electrolyzer will also encourage this business mode to further improve its competitiveness. The development of a global hydrogen energy industry is accelerating. Currently, there are 46 countries and regions has released hydrogen energy policies and plans, and 28 countries and regions are in preparation. The system from power generation to hydrogen production and the users can be problematic. In fact, of cross-domain and multidisciplinary. In the NCPE, we have a professional technical team that can configure and optimize each link from the beginning to build an integrated system covering power to downstream application industries. The hydrogen production project has a long industrial production, and it's difficult to determine the scale for each subsystem, including wind, solar resources, and wind turbine, photovoltaic, electrolyzer, hydrogen storage tanks, battery cost, electricity purchasing price, electricity selling price, grid connected volume restriction, grid connected volume, and renewable energy utilization rate. For that, we have studied the system scale optimization technology and developed the matching software for large-scale renewable energy hydrogen production projects, provide the most optimized hydrogen cost, hydrogen production carbon emission, and the renewable energy utilization rate. In large-scale hydrogen production project, the number of electrolyzer and the hydrogen storage tank can be huge, which bring difficulties to the control system. For this reason, we have studied the control strategy, taking into account the real-time power balance and future power prediction, equipment life, flexibility, and energy efficiency to establish an electrolyzer control evaluation method and model. We can also develop an integrated control platform that is suitable for each project. Hydrogen can be risky in fact of explosion. We conduct a reasonable risk assessment for each hydrogen production project through hazard analysis and SIL classification analysis. The NCP has taken into the lead in completing the designing work for several large-scale renewable energy hydrogen production projects, and also has experience in international project design, such as the Suez Canal Zone Green Hydrogen project in Egypt. As an example, this project using carbon dioxide plus green hydrogen to produce a green methanol and has a production rate of 100,000 tons per year. The design including 225 megawatt of wind power, 400 megawatt of photovoltaic power, and one 220 kilowatt boosting station, and 71 kilometers of 220 kilowatt transmission line to providing a reliable power supply, equipped with 36 1,200 cubic meter plus 2 of the 1,500 cubic meter alkaline water electrolyzer, which can achieve an annual output of 21,000 tons of green hydrogen. At the same time, equipped it with 10 2,000 cubic meter hydrogen storage tank, which can store hydrogen when the wind and the solar power are strong, and provide a stable hydrogen source for the downstream users when there are no wind and solar resources available. The total investment for this project is 5 billion Chinese yuan. In the cost breakdown, we can see the investment for the renewable energy hold about 63%. The hydrogen production system hold about 28%, and 9% for the green chemicals. For that, we can see the investment in the renewable energy side is the preliminary factors to affect the final price of the hydrogen. China and Kazakhstan has an extensive collaboration in the field of renewable energy, including PV, wind power, and other fields. On March 20th, China Energy Construction Investment Corporation signed a memorandum of cooperation with the National Nuclear Center of Ministry of Energy of Kazakhstan to join the established Central Asian Hydrogen Energy Science and Technology Innovation Center. The signing ceremony was witnessed by the Deputy Minister of Energy of Kazakhstan. I hope that China and Kazakhstan can achieve more cooperation in the energy, in the hydrogen energy in the future. And that's all my sharing for today. Please feel free to contact me if anyone interested in the hydrogen technology or hydrogen project. Savasu, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhou, for your presentation. That's actually very impressive. I have a number of questions, if you don't mind, if we discuss a little bit about your experience, because I've noticed that in one of your slides in your presentation, you've mentioned how hydrogen can play a vital role as an energy storage facility, as a technology that allows to store electricity and energy at the times of excess in the grid, and to provide electricity to the grid when it's in the high demand. So can you please give us maybe some interesting cases or maybe some examples of how hydrogen is helping the grid operators or maybe the energy system transmission system operators to balance the grid, or maybe these kind of interesting projects, I mean, that you know it from your experience?
As we know, the wind and the solar energy can be variable through the day, and so to use a hydrogen as an energy solution that can store the hydrogen when the wind power or solar power is existing, and then release it to, for example, cooperate with fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, to generate electricity when there is a need for the electricity, or when it's a shortage from the wind or from the power generation side.
Right. What are the scales?
Sorry?
What are the scales of the storage? Like, are we talking about megawatts or hundreds of
we're talking
megawatts?
about could be the megawatt scale.
Megawatt scale, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the scale for the renewable energy side.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Or we can use, or we can store the electricity using the Liang battery and as a solution.
That's great. Great opportunity for our country, because despite the fact that the Kyegok as a main operator is responsible for dispatching, also for providing the transmission system to balancing it, very important role also the regional TSOs play in this country as well as in China. And of course, megawatt scale energy storage facilities like you have been discussing, just explained us. I think it has a very big potential also in this country. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And I would like to give a word to our next speaker. As I mentioned before, Kazakhstan has a very ambitious plans to achieve high carbon neutrality. And one of the big steps that the government has taken to achieve it is a hydrogen strategy that has been just signed last year by the minister's decree. And there is a lot of things happening now in the market. I'm pretty sure you know our #1 oil drilling company, Kazmunaygas. So today we have an honored guest from Kazmunaygas, Mr. Daulet Jakupov, the head of the Department for Renewable Energy at Kazmunaygas Engineering. The floor is yours, Mr. Daulet.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear participants. So, using this opportunity, I would like to say that warm thanks for the organizers to organize such a big event, not only for the hydrogen, but for the entire energy market. I guess this is a great opportunity to collaborate, to extend, to intensify the collaboration with the Chinese companies. My name is Daulet, and today, on the behalf of the national oil and gas company Kazmingas, I would like to demonstrate you our portfolio for the hydrogen projects. So I will cover 5 key pillars in my presentation. I will provide some background, why are we looking for this business area, what our activities. I will present our hydrogen atlas, which is kind of a unique tool to attract the investments for the joint projects development. I will provide an information regarding the production projects, which is ongoing in our department, and I will talk about the storage technologies, which we're trying to develop as our own R&D. A little bit of the background, why are we doing it? So KMG was actually the first national company who approved the low carbon development strategy, and last year we have prolonged it till 2060. And there are 3 different scenarios which are dependent on the availability of the financing, of the future plans of the KMG. But right now we hope that by 2060 we will decrease our emissions by 64%, and the base level is 2019. So the intermediate goal is to decrease by 15% by 2031, and as a potential areas which we will be using as a for deep decarbonization, it's mentioned that we are trying to develop the CCUS projects. We're looking for the low carbon hydrogen energy, natural-based solutions, biofuels, and methane management. And all of the highlighted projects, they belong to our department. As a department, so we have an aim to develop comprehensive analysis for the low carbon technologies. We are reviewing and provide analytics for our top management of the international trends. So also we conducting feasibility studies, we make a monitoring of the current trends. We trying to develop the methane management program for our own assets. We are part of the OGMP also. We support government, we support the ministries in terms of the standards adaptation, in terms of, we were co-authors of the national concept for the hydrogen energy development, and we hope we will continue this work using our opportunities. But also we try to focus on the R&D, and we have established a laboratory in Atrau branch of KMG Engineering. And the key focus of the research there is the development of the hydrogen storage technologies, as we see that market is growing really rapidly, but the question for the storage of the hydrogen with the minimum losses is still open. That's why we're trying to develop our own technology to store the hydrogen in the hydrates of the metals, which are widely available here in Kazakhstan, even though we know that there are already commercialized opportunities. We try not to only transfer the technology, but we're trying to develop our own know-how in this field. Little bit of the scientific part. We try to enhance the understanding and to increase the knowledge sharing among the society here in Kazakhstan. We previously had a tradition to publish at least one scientific paper per year. And you can see that in the 2022 and 23, these papers were mostly dedicated for some kind of policy regulations, etc. And last year we have published a paper which is kind of 100% technical and 100% scientific. It's the first scientific product of our laboratory. Regarding the portfolio for the projects, we work for the entire value chain for the hydrogen production. Last year we have conducted a pre-FEED for the blue hydrogen production. We're looking on the white hydrogen and geothermal energy. Right now we are about to start with the pilot project. First pilot project for the green hydrogen production together with our partners. We have already developed a hydrogen atlas, which I will show you lately. So regarding the storage technologies, I have said that we're really intensively working in this field. For the utilization, we are working with the already available hydrogen streams, even though they are not 100% green or blue, but nevertheless we try to involve them in our plans. So the pilot project for the hydrogen mixing with the methane, it's still ongoing, it's our plans. And for the methane management, we provide the consultancy for the policy regulations, both corporate and governmental level. And we're about to start with the LDAR programs for the detection of the methane emissions. This is kind of very brief description for our activities. So our first big product is a hydrogen atlas, which is a unique tool for us to attract the investments. And using this opportunity, I would like to invite all the Chinese partners to discuss if you have an offtake. We know how and where and in which amount we can produce green hydrogen in the western part of the Kazakhstan. We have very strictly analyzed availability of the water. As you might know, the water scarcity is one of the biggest problems for the ecology of the Kazakhstan, but we try to make it sustainable, really sustainable hydrogen atlas. So atlas contains different layers. So first layer is an availability of the water resources. You can see where and how much water is available according to the official statistics. And we also have added kind of by region description and characteristics of the water availability. We see also the trends for the Caspian Sea, because this is kind of a big discussion among the local society regarding the future of the Caspian Sea. In terms of the renewable energy, which dedicates the final price of the hydrogen, and actually in our calculations, 60% of the levelized cost of hydrogen belongs to the renewable energy potential. Western part of the Kazakhstan has one of the best potential for both solar energy and also the wind energy. We can provide the data for the PV out, also for the wind speed and wind speed density, which might be kind of the first big step for the development of the pre-FEED studies. In terms of the levelized cost of hydrogen, we can provide these calculations once we have the CAPEX and OPEX data from your plant. So we can make it already. Some more data regarding the infrastructure, regarding the grids, roads, natural protected areas, and also some kind of data for the front mapping. For our green hydrogen pilot project, we have just finished an installation of the solar panels on the roof of the laboratory building in Atrau branch of KMG Engineering. Actually, this project is it's the first of the kind for the KMG. And this is a great chance for us to demonstrate that technology is not only on the paper, but it's already available, even in the small scale. But this is a nice opportunity for us to train engineers, and we hope that we will scale up this project with our partners. You can see the equipment for our laboratory. We have spent quite a lot of money trying to equip this laboratory. We have trained people, and now we're already working and hope to get commercialized samples in the next few years. Our laboratory is also actively collaborating with both local and international partners. For example, we have IREX, which is the R&D center for the Inpex company, one of the biggest oil and gas producers in Japan. So I guess that's all, and using this chance, once again, thanks for the organizers for this event, and we're already and also open for the collaboration. Thank you.
I would like to give a floor to Mr. Pan Jun from Energy China, Deputy Engineer, Deputy Head of Institute of Research, and in the field of carbon neutrality. Mr. Pan Jun, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. Good afternoon. As you know, I'm from China. Came from China here in Kazakhstan, in Astana, to participate in this forum. For me, it's a great honor to be here with you and to deliver my speech on building green hydrogen-based fuel framework, establishing new cooperation channel between China and Central Asia. And our corporation would like to participate in infrastructural projects, and therefore I would like to present my slides on this topic. My presentation consists of 3 parts. First part is significance. Ecological green hydrogen-based fuels, for example, green hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, SAF, and are carbon-neutral fuels converted from renewable energy sources. RES, in other words. Green hydrogen-based fuel is essential to the green transformation of shipping and aviation industries with a widely international demand. And next, we see that Central Asia is a very resourceful region, rich in natural resources, abundant with wind, solar power, and biomass resources, making this region an ideal location for developing green hydrogen-based fuels. It contributes to the promotion of a green regional energy transition. Therefore, we see steady growth of demand in green energy. Next, I would like to tell you about best practices, namely oil immersed smoothing reactors. These reactors, for example, they use technology biomass to syngas. For example, biomass feedstock pre-treatment, then gasification and syngas purification. And biomass, therefore, checked afterwards on its quality. Next, from this synthesis reaction, we received SAF from oil refining. It's done after the reaction of Fischer-Tropsch. This type of technology is used in large plants, and currently our company provides such type of technologies for power plants. Next, after we check different components, next we provide this technology to different producers. We develop a green hydrogen-based fuel system solutions with independent intellectual property rights. We call it CPECC, hydrogen-based fuel solution. Next, I would like to tell you briefly about our project, our exemplary reference project. This is the first project in the world. It's integrated project of green methanol and SCF with the capacity of up to 100,000 tons annually, and this is a truly exemplary project. We have several modes of energy storage. This is the project where we combine two different approaches, green methanol plus SAF, to ensure it's necessary, and as a result, we ensured annual decrease in CO2 emission up to 250,000 tons annually. So therefore, this project is highly effective. Next, based on the natural resources in Central Asia as well as technological engineering technologies, China Power Company can support your activities on fuel, hydrogen-based fuel production. Therefore, enhancing green transition in Central Asia. Jointly, we can use this formula in middle corridor, and as a result we can construct this hydrogen corridor Central Asia Europe in order to strengthen the ties between Central Asian states, Kazakhstan and EU. It will also enhance, accelerate low carbon development and application of advanced technologies in the transportation sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we actively looking for corresponding partners to create a joint ventures which will work on further development of green technologies in the region, and as jointly we can write a new chapter in this field. Thank you very much.
One of the speakers for the previous panel sessions has told me that Xinjiang in China is the powerhouse of Chinese economy and a place where you're getting quite a lot of renewable and hydrogen, renewable energy, and also now there is a lot of developments in hydrogen. And Xinjiang is now the new area from where China is accepting and getting a lot of new energy sources. And in this context, any one of you, of our honored guests, can comment. Is there any opportunities or the ways you see how Central Asian countries can play, which role can play in, you know, in mutual projects in hydrogen development? Because also in the previous panel session, in this panel session, we hear that there is a lot of developments going on both sides, to the east and west, and also we know that the super grids and all these things are planned to be connected. What is your understanding, and how Central Asian countries can allow this expansion to, you know, to somehow to foster? Maybe Mr. Panjun, you can comment on this.
很好的问题啊。
Very good question. Thank you very much. Yes, surely in Xinjiang province, For the first time, we applied such kind of technologies, and currently we try as much as possible to implement these technologies both in the west and in east of China, and we want to fully transit to renewable sources of energy. And before we will conclude our panel session, I would also like to ask one more question to my colleague from KMG Engineering. Today, you told us about policies and about further plans and about your atlas, hydrogen atlas. Hydrogen atlas that your company develops. Could you please tell us about some projects that you plan to develop with Chinese partners, or maybe some other hydrogen projects without participation of China? So any hydrogen related projects, because we heard a lot about that. Some information is real, some is not. Therefore, as a representative of the company, could you please tell us about further plans? Thank you very much for your questions. At the moment, we do not envisage any hydrogen-related projects with China yet. But thank you very much that you highlighted this question. Yes, we see some very positive signals from South Korea. However, it's confidential. We cannot tell you anything about that yet. Yes, we have some plans, and when they will be officially announced, we will inform. Thank you very much. I think I would like to welcome and even suggest you to to create more projects with Chinese partners. Before, there was some projects in energy, as you know. KMG already cooperated with some Chinese companies. Thank you very much. I think it's time to summarize our session. I would like to thank our distinguished Chinese partners. Thank you very much for traveling to our country. Thank you for your presentations when you told us a lot about Chinese technologies and told us about your expertise. Thank you very much. That's it. Now I would like to invite you to make a group photo.
Constructs, operates, and manages power grid in southern China. Ensures electricity supply to the SARs of Hong Kong and Macau. With a service area of 1 million square kilometers, CSG supplies power to 272 million people and owns overseas assets in 4 continents. In 2023, CSG's total assets was $171.1 billion, covering generation, transmission, and distribution, and power sales amounted to 1,348.3 terawatt-hour. CSG is committed to building a green and efficient, digitally empowered, safe and reliable new power system. We strive to build a world-class corporation with global competitiveness. CSG has been a Fortune Global 500 company for 20 years in a row and is currently ranked 78th. S&P. China Southern Power Grid invests in, constructs, operates, and manages power grid in southern China. Ensures electricity supply to the SARs of Hong Kong and Macau. With a service area of 1 million square kilometers, CSG supplies power to 272 million people and owns overseas assets in 4 continents. In 2023, CSG's total assets was $171.1 billion, covering generation, transmission, and distribution, and power sales amounted to 1,348.3 terawatt-hour. CSG is committed to building a green and efficient, digitally empowered, safe and reliable new power system. We strive to build a world-class corporation with global competitiveness. CSG has been a Fortune Global 500 company for 20 years in a row and is currently ranked 78th. S&P, Moody's, and Fitch have all given CSG investment-grade ratings. Operating one of the world's most complex power grids, spanning 2,000 kilometers from west to east, CSG's total installed capacity exceeded 400 gigawatt. CSG built a 19-trunk 500 kilovolt and above transmission lines, with a transmission capacity exceeding 58 gigawatt. Mastering UHVDC, VSC, HVDC, safe and stable operation and control of large grids, economical grid operation, and superconductivity among other core technologies. The world's first ±800 kilovolt HVDC transmission project was completed, ±800 kilovolt in direct current from Yunnan to Guangdong. Built and operates the Wudong-De project, which is the world's first multi-terminal ±800 kilovolt VSC UHVDC transmission line. The project set 19 world records. In 2021, the consortium of CSGI, ESA, and Transelec co-builds the Kilo project, Chile's first HVDC transmission line. With our efforts, green energy can be transmitted from northern Chile to its capital, Santiago. CSG built a new power system, issued the world's first white paper on digital grid, self-R&D China's first electric-specific control chip, Fuxi, which prevents and mitigates major hazards hindering safe operation of power grids. For dispatching, AI helps to monitor.
Коллеги, прошу всех занять свои места.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats. We will soon kick off the session.
Коллеги.
Dear colleagues, good day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sergaliyev Rustem, and it's such a great honor for me to be moderating this session today. The panel session topic is Kazakhstan oil gas chemistry. And of course, the forum is a very important platform that allows the representatives from the state bodies, from expert field of the Central Asia to get together and discuss its platform to have discussion and also have a solution in terms of energy and industrial development. And today's topic will be, of course, the current projects and new projects and new opportunities. So we will mostly devote this discussion to have the topics of development of Kazakhstan's oil and gas chemical sector with emphasis on current polyethylene and butadiene projects. And of course, it plays an major role in industry of Kazakhstan in terms of developing the raw material base, and China as a strategic partner already has few integrative projects, and it allows us to raise to the new level of integration. And we of course will hear out our speakers here. Some of them they represent the state bodies, and some of them are heavily involved in this core projects. And allow me please introduce Mr. Timirlan Urkumbayev, who is director of the Department of Petrochemistry and Technical Regulation of Ministry of Energy, Republic of Kazakhstan. We also have as the next speaker Dias Dianov, who is the deputy chairman of the management board for business development LP, the KMG Petrochem, and Chingiz Surtayev, general director of Butadiene company, together with Maxim Hismatulin, deputy technical director of Selena LP. We will hear out each speech. After the speeches will be finished, we will have this Q&A session. And to open this panel session, I would like to give a floor to director of the Department of Petrochemistry and Technical Regulation of Ministry of Republic of Kazakhstan. Please, Mr. Timirlan, the floor is yours. Good day. Dear participants of today's forum, I have noticed for myself that all of the faces are very familiar, and my team has given me few slides here. However, I would like to just have this open let's say, discussion, and I would like to talk more about the current situation of Ministry of Energy, and we are trying to develop a very new for Kazakhstan, I would say, oil and gas chemistry industry. And of course, I'd like to show my gratitude to the organizers to given this opportunity. And as you know, this forum is been a part of this major event summit of China, Central Asian countries, and it has become a very major platform. And as of today, we understand we are in the world that has a very historic pivot of new stage of collaboration between our countries, and this strategic dialogue for 2 days been covering the VIA, the green energy, and of course petrochemistry under the One Belt, One Road, One Belt initiative. And we are trying to maximize the production with additional value. And of course, we need to reduce the emissions as much as possible using new technology. And because of that, the petrochemistry is viewed as a very important integrative part of decarbonization strategy. And first of all, the head of the state has mentioned a few times the importance of the development of petrochemistry industry. It's our strategic aim, and it opens a new vast opportunities to a new market, to new export reality. As we know, Kazakhstan is one of the biggest producer of oil and gas in Central Asia, and we still are about the raw material. We still have upstream part developed, even though we have such a large scale opportunities, the technology, the potential only has been partially realized. And on this slide, you'll see for yourself, in order to develop petrochemistry industry, in October 2024, we have developed the roadmap in order to develop the petrochem. And this roadmap covers the items as follow. So increasing the production up to 3 million tons, and of course the implementation of 6 projects altogether worth $50 billion USD, 20,000 creating 20,000 workplaces. And of course we need to enhance our scientific base, and human capital development should take place. And we also in parallel develop the decree on development of petrochem that will cover the policies, infrastructure, and the state aid and development of adjacent sectorial industries. And you'll see the new projects that will be implemented up to 2030. Here, shortly, I would like to give a status on some of the major projects in petrochem. In 2022, we have launched the polypropylene production, which is a KPI project. It has produced 250,000 meters, and we have 12 types of PPE, and that allows to cover the furniture, the PPE furniture, the PPE culture, and we'll see that we are realizing the project that will cover 7.4 billion. That is the value of the project. Now the launch of this major production site is planned on 2029, and within this project we will be covering 20 types of most popular PPE products, and in order to implement these mine products. We have Sibur, Sinopec involved. We also have some of the major EPC contractors, Sinopec Engineering, Hyundai Engineering, Technoboom, and etc. That allows to follow the economical standards and technical standards. And here you'll see the future of our petrochem industry, the carbamide production in Aktubia, which will be launched in 2029, the alkylate production in 2027, butadiene production in 2027, and ammiac carbon complex in Aktau, and those projects are on different status, on different stages. So starting from the design documentation to launch of the projects. And here on this slide you'll see, starting from 2007, we, in order to develop the petrochem industry, we have created a special economic area. It covers technoparks, Karabatan and Tengiz areas. And so Karabatan has the infrastructure projects which are already implemented. This is the electrical station, this is the roads that have been constructed, and of course we have also created the water treatment facilities. And as of today we have 18 participants, among them some of the major Kazakhstan petrochemical industries, Selena LLP, Butadiene, and other companies that will be creating, that will be producing the synthetic and polyethylene products. And here I would like to highlight the petrochem. It's not only a very major part of economy, it's actually our reaction to the challenges that we've been facing, such as decreasing the emission, carbon dioxide emission. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Timirlan, for this short overview. And it became so clear that our state is trying to be on very time fashion, food and food, with development of petrochem. And next I would like to give a floor to Mr. Dian Dianov, Deputy Chairman of the Management Board for Business Development of Petrochem Kazmunagas. Very happy to welcome all of you, and I believe this is a great platform. I always like this Kazakhstan, China, Central Asia, this potential that is in China, in Central Asia, Kazakhstan. I believe it should be developed. I believe next forum for petrochem industry will have a separate major forum platform, and we'll discuss the projects that should take place. And as just now Mr. Timirlan mentioned, and some of the ministry representatives also highlighted the support, and I feel that support. I would like to talk a little bit about the potential that we have as a chemical industry and chemists. We not only try to study how the petrochem industry have been developed in different countries, regions. Some of the countries do have a good raw material base, and R&D is taking place. Now Kazakhstan as a baseline has a raw materials. We have sold the raw materials. We had a good transit roads. However, it still hasn't been commercialized as much as possible. Now, having this aid and support from the government, we already have distributed the Tengiz raw material base, Etan and Bhutan. Both will be will be also in this field once the projects will be launched. And in Khashagan, it will be the next stage. Ethanol, protein, and butane, those three are the major ones. And ethanol is a mass market. It's just ethylene. It's something very popular, similar to propylene. Now, butadiene, it's very interesting as well. Everything that is related to such things as the rubber. And the next slide will show you exactly what is existing here. In Kazakhstan, we have a good baseline for gas reserves. Now, as a second point, Central Asia, China, in terms of this, this is the middle corridor, and we, as of our stats, will see that it's 1.5% of out of the total amount of transit that goes through sea, and it's been difficult for us from historical point of view. And however, again, looking at the costs, the low cost of sea transit, that is something that we need to develop. And with that being said, we see the middle corridor is still developing and developing rapidly, and of course, it's developing hands in hand with China under this One Belt, One Road initiative. And so mostly it's this area. And of course, we see investment from the private sector. Dostupmoint project, as you know, being invested by the state budget, and that will be a great thing for us. Similar to the owners of this production sites that being built, and no one aside of us, Kazakhstan, Central Asia, and China needs this middle corridor. Again, less China, since it has some minor shipments going through this middle corridor. I believe it has a great future. So all of the initiatives, specifically from Kazakhstan side, will be realized through the railways, through public roads, sea, and once war is over, I believe that we will go through Brest, through Russian channels. Now, Kazmunaygaz, as we know, the major KPIs here, and we are the part of this Kazmunaygaz family companies, and I will talk a little bit more on the projects, the Carbamid project, to be specific, and it's a very important agreement projects under this frame of agreement between Kazakhstan and China. In 2026, we are planning to kick off the construction, and it should be built earlier than Siena and Butadiene, but we'll see. Now, on GSK project, we have already selected the contractor. We are now moving to a path stage, and we'll see different methods to implement it. I believe that September, in autumn, we'll have a final decision. We have other projects in progress, such as Bzol project, now processing. Now those projects are still not in investment portfolio of Kazmunaygaz. We still not investing. However, not only these projects, we will also continue and seek for new opportunities. We would like to get to the mass market, so-called mass market, since we see a high requirement in Kazakhstan, and we would like to localize the production site here to have this import replacement. Now we have project office here as well. We, as of right now, conducting the analysis in terms of how it can be replaced, the import can be replaced, how we can get to the export markets, and we are again. Once we've implemented this KPI projects, there was desynchronization on what is being produced by KPI project and what is being transmitted to the market. Now it has been resolved, and we are producing something that is needed by Kazakhstani production side. Now we are trying to resolve issue with the polymers together with our partners from Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Russia, and also looking at the tolling system that might be interesting, that will allow us to also somehow import the polymers very easily without any additional fee and custom clearance. Now we see that we have oil, we sell it for USD, you're receiving this USD and have this final product again being bought using this USD. And so of course we would like to have a full cycle of production and having the final product here. Lately we went to Uzbekistan, and Uzbekistan has this great legislation on localization of production sites in Uzbekistan, and the KPI is to have the highest level of localization in Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan is lagging behind and should learn Uzbeki experience. And this is a trend, of course, and the General Motors in Uzbekistan has been localized by up to 57%. Just understand how much detail should be produced in Uzbekistan. I'm not talking about the polymers. I'm also mentioning the engines that should be produced, and we have made this small step, again comparing to Uzbekistan experience, and looking at the China as well. China has also covered the eternal market, meeting all the demands of the eternal market, and then exporting as a second part. And now our projects as well aim to have this the highest level of localization. Thank you. Please follow me on my social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Dias Mukhtarovich, for such interesting and highly informative presentation. It's very pleasant to see that Petrochem doesn't only include it in the strategy of your company, you also further develop to expand its presence, and I would like to wish you great success in the current and future projects, and I hope they will meet the deadline and will bear the fruits that we all expect. Shall we proceed to the next presentation? Okay, the next floor goes to Hismatulin Maxim Anatolyevich. His topic is the implementation of polyethylene project. He's a deputy director of Silence LLP. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Could you please open my presentation? Okay, while we try to fix technical issues, let's discuss to the highest marginalized project. As compared to our Uzbek colleagues, our production on polyethylene is quite high. We have a lot of demand in consumption here. Still, we only started to work in this area. It's good that this work started. Our Selena project is focused on the production of polyethylene, 4 actually. There are 4 shareholders, including Gazmonaygas, KMG Petrochem, Sibur Holding, and Sinopec Overseas Investment Holding. Our shareholders, they also have their own production sites, and they are active on the market of plastics and other materials. For example, Sibur Holding and Sinopec, the capex is quite high, as you can see. We produce. Our production capacities is up to 1.25 million tons of polyethylene annually, and our potential growth is more than 300,000 tons annually. And as you know, low prices are catalyzers to the growth of further production of plastics, which will not be 57%, but it will help significantly improve localization with the usage of polymers and plastics. This plant on the construction milestone envisages more than 30,000 of workers. The maintenance envisages more than 800 people during the maintenance procedures. So we expect up to 8,000 employees at the moment of construction. And the launch of this plant is expected at the end 2028 or the beginning of 2029. But we expect to, with our NPC contractors, which implement this project with us, we expect that we will achieve successful targets up to 90% of stream factor. This scheme is quite simple. We have a very effective ethane cracker. Therefore we have a high quality ethane. We have similar projects which also includes natural gas, and on the main main networks where several hundred of thousands of carbethane will be provided next pyrolysis using Lumus technology. It's American technology. We implement it's a joint venture of Sinopec and an American company where we implement steam cracking. We have 2 installations of the capacity more than 6,000 tons, and one more installation with Chevron Phillips. It's high density production, and one more installation of low density. Apart from that, we also we have the plant scheme with when we can also produce colored marks of high and low density and high model colorful marks. Therefore, we will produce more than 40 different types of plastics, starting from very basic types to very complex. Yet, it means that the whole demand in domestic market as well as high margin in foreign markets, for example, European market, where they purchase these products at high prices. And of course, such plants on plastics production existed before, but this project is quite big. Starting from last year, we started pyrolysis. This project took up to 52 months. Therefore, we divided it to two stages, the installation of pyrolysis and the installation of polymerization. And we plan, in accordance with the plan, the launch expected at the first part of 2025. On the picture on the slide, you can see the picture. It was taken 2 weeks ago. We purchased quite difficult equipment, and after this equipment will be provided, we expect to receive equipment at the first quarter of 2026. Therefore, by the end of next year, we will see the production of containers. The pyrolysis will be active, so the work is ongoing. We selected contractor and concluded an agreement May this year, and now it's a beginning of engineering, beginning of the necessary documentation, and then we start to the construction work in October and November this year in accordance with the plan. As I mentioned, this project will be launched in 2029, and here you can see the main sales market. The first priority, we give a priority to Kazakhstani customers, and we expect serious domestic consumption, domestic demand. We also plan to open new plants with the use. These plants will use polyethylene raw materials, and Selenio then plans to provide assistance to Central Asian states, and of course maybe in some East European countries and probably in Turkey. And I will repeat myself that we will can produce up to 20 different marks of polyethylene, including 40% of premium type. We can fully cover the domestic demand of Kazakhstan, and can also produce polyethylene, propylene, plastics, and we can ensure that Kazakhstan will not fully rely on raw materials, but produce their own materials and to sell them. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxim Anatolyevich, for a very informative report about your company. I saw on some slides that you concluded NPC agreements on polymerization, and you also plan to install pyrolysis. And I would like to highlight about the pyrolysis that there will be a consortium where our Chinese partners participate in this consortium. We also have a consortium of Sinopec Engineering. So just to mention that there are several consortiums where our Chinese partners participate. And to conclude this session, I would like to give the floor to our last but not the least speaker, Butadian, Surtaev Chingiz. His topic is on implementation of Butadian. Hello, distinguished colleagues and guests of our capital. I would like to thank organizers of this conference. Thank you for inviting me to deliver my speech, and I would like to present you the information about our project. It's a project on the production of butadiene in the Republic of Kazakhstan. I will briefly mention the key indicators of our project. The goal of the project is to create a new cluster on the synthetic rubber. The capacity of our project is up to 380,000 tons per year, and during the We also provide jobs, more than 750 job places during the maintenance, and more than 2,000 job places during construction procedure. This project is implemented in special economic zone in the Republic of Kazakhstan, in Atyrau, special free economic zone, Karabatan. We have very high project capacity. We plan to produce styrene, butadiene, thermoplastic elastomers up to 30,000 tons per year, divinyl suits, styrene synthetic rubber up to 60,000 tons per year, isobutane fraction up to 130,000 tons per year, and methyl tert-butyl up to 40,000 tons per year, and so on. We also plan that it will be high quality products. We will introduce advanced technologies, and we'll develop similar areas among small and medium enterprises. We plan to our planned sales market, Kazakhstan, CIS, Europe, China, Turkey, and other markets. We all already, and as a result, we can tick this mark against the in the checklist that say it means that Kazakhstan is not that will not be dependent on raw materials, but can produce something. The first technological block includes 5 technological installations. Out of 5 installations, 4 of them are licensed. The Lumos company issued these licenses. This licensed equipment produce isobutane and the second installation will produce MTBE, and one more installation produces synthetic rubber. So this company, they provided us the certification. That's it. It was the short information about the plant. Next, we pay a lot of attention to energy resource provision. We pay a lot of attention to energy consumption in our plants. Therefore, at the same time, with our operator, we receive energy from Karabatan Energy Solutions. They will provide us not only energy but also water resources, technical water, and as well as electricity, of course, energy, gas. And once again, Karabatan Energy Solution will provide us main resources, and we plan to create this whole cycle when everything will go back to the plant. Next. As you know, MTBE is the mean to increase the octane number of car fuel, and as you know, MTBE technology is also quite popular in divinyl styrene synthetic rubber production for car tires, conveyor belts, rubber shoes, component for the paint and varnish, chemical and pharmaceutical industries, and so on. Next, this product, styrol, butadiene, thermoplastics, thanks to this technologies, we can produce roofs, rooftops, adhesives, chemical elements, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much for your attention. That's it. distinguished speakers, thank you very much for such insightful presentation. That's it. All the speakers presented their slides. Now we proceed to the Q&A session. Distinguished participants, do you have any questions, comments, reflections on the topics covered by our distinguished speakers? Please do not hesitate. You have a unique opportunity to contact, to ask, to comment our speakers. Let me ask the first question. As you know, now we in the Republic of Kazakhstan we develop a law on petrochemistry, and I would like to listen what are the key provisions will be in this draft law, and how it will fit into the investment climate. Thank you very much for your question. In terms of the new law on petrochemistry. For more than half of a year, with joint efforts, we developed this draft law. The main provisions of this law, this draft law, envisages first the access to raw materials. This is the key element. Second, we need to ensure that our future investors will have solid legal foundation, since they work with foreign countries, right? Therefore, we need to provide the support for current and future projects where foreign investors involved. And the third element is the access to raw materials, and this access will be enhanced. So we will not only focus on large projects. Us as a Ministry of Energy, we focus a lot on the development of small medium enterprises and low tonnage enterprises, and by introducing this law we want to spur the development of SME and small medium enterprises. Thank you very much. I also have a question to Mr. Rasul. Thank you, Rasul, and I would like to ask Maxim, your presentation was very insightful. You presented your project on Selena company LLP, and I would like to ask, how do you plan to engage with local Kazakhstani companies, because we have very good experience, good practices, international standards, international certifications in similar projects. So do you plan to work with local Kazakhstani companies? Thank you very much for your question. I've presented my speech at many other conferences, and I believe that this question have three different components. First, it's engineering. Second, it's procurement. In other words, the procurement of the materials from local producers. In terms of engineering, the first element, apart from our traditional work, when we engage with local Kazakhstani NPC contractors, apart from adaptation, there is also a set of contractual construction operators, contractors. We also support them to open engineering companies in Kazakhstan, so they will increase their competencies in project, in construction design, to produce your own steel, so materials for construction. And our project team, which accounts several thousand of job places, and we plan that the majority of them will be very highly professional engineers, professionals which will be able to transfer this expertise to other colleagues. Next, the second element. When we're talking about different construction materials, through NPC constructors, we introduces the minimal in NPC we have special clauses which covers the issues of the local share of local contractors. So in other words, there is a specific share of Kazakhstani contractors that provide specific services. For example, in Autrau Neftimash, the pyrolysis installation will be provided by the local constructors. Therefore, there are a lot of food for thought. And the third element, it's about construction. Our local contractors, they actively participate, and I hope that they will add their own skills, expertise, and best practices to our project. Yes, Mukhtarovich, also I had very good presentation. I have a question to you. Us as a Ministry of Energy, we interested. Yesterday we have read that we signed a Carbamid framework agreement. It's also one of the key projects for our country.
And this project will be very important for us. It's being used vastly in agricultural production, and also we are very interested in PET project, polyethylene ethylate, and we have raised many questions on this project. We understand it's a very important project for the country. Now it's 1,500, which is a demand, the eternal demand in the country. Could you please elaborate a little bit on the status and the investments? Thank you, colleagues. Definitely have something to share with you. We have 3 potential investors, 3 companies from Europe. So a very specific PET company. I won't be able to name the company because of the NDA. And so we have another potential investor, which is a Russian company, and the third is the Uzbeki partners that potentially might invest. And so we have revisited our strategy on marketing. Once we went in-depth analysis, we've seen the battle grade, which has been a focus lately. And it's very interesting. It has a high prospects, but synthetics will cover us mostly in terms of this production side. And so we have 3 potential strategic partners, and we have 2 options where we will be implementing these projects on our own. And so on the last meeting, we've mentioned that the last final feed will be in October, so we will give a finals on the pathway that we will decide to develop this project, and that is the project that has been developed in Almaty region. And so in July, June, in August, we will of course take the major steps, and that will allow us in the near future to have a final decision. Thank you very much. Now I have a question to Mr. Chingiz here. So I'd like to clarify what is the level, what is the percentage of localization in terms of employment and the trade, meaning the procurement. Thank you for your question. Well, this is not something that we look in depth of. In May, we have finished the FEED. And at this stage, we're making a final investment decision. And once this investment item will be solved, we will go in deep to see. Now, we also have an agreement between the stakeholders, the shareholders. We see that in terms of construction and procurement, the preference will be given to Kazakhstan. In if Kazakhstan shows a quality and the costs, the price that are in line with the market, then the preference will be given to Kazakhstan. And if we're talking about the human capital, though, when of course this is the preference to Kazakhstani specialists, and at this stage, we develop in the training courses for our future specialists, and we slowly but very firmly looking at the option of having the trainers train here. So we're looking for partnership programs with universities, the universities that will be allowed or will have enough resources to help us have this training program for the trainers. The training courses that will enhance the qualification of the specialists, that will help people in, for instance, Taliati, in Nizhnekamsk. We'll see. This is something that we're looking at in terms of training. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Is there any other questions? Here we have a person that would like to ask a question. Please give a microphone to a participant. Thank you very much. What sort of technology will be used in Talat? The technology is something that will actually impact your whole process and the client base. So in pre-FS, Koch and Kimtex with Polymetrics, it's grant, it's 70% licensed within the last 30 years. So that's why it was an obvious choice. Now, at the stage of FEED, we will also look at the requirements of our potential strategic partner. When the partners were Sinopec company from China, we have selected Koch. Now for fiber grade, something that we're looking at, we will need to conduct an additional research, and we understand that the capex will rise, but we'll see and we will select. Another question here. In modern history in Kazakhstan, in Russian Federation, we had multiple projects under EPC umbrella. So is it feasible? Haven't we already faced haven't we faced the challenge of having accountability from contractor side? The projects tend to have increased capexes and delays. I'm just asking, were there any sort of alternative solutions? Well, it's actually very easy. If we would have been Sinopec or CNPC companies, if we would have selected a right path, then, as Kazmunaygaz did in the beginning, gave up the engineering centers, we would have had another path. Now we are trying to develop KMG engineering in terms of petrochem, in terms of other projects, and yes, once it will be done, we will be able to have our eternal EPC PMC contractors. Now, from our side, we're trying to help as much as possible. We are trying to have KMG engineering in collaboration with all sorts of engineering companies, having all sorts of different cooperation projects. However, right now, we need to still go through eternal expertise. Once it's done, I believe we will be able to go to further develop our partnership. And second is, of course, the state should release this progress, because any sort of partially state-owned companies have developed enough to be because again it's heavily regulated by the state. You won't be able to develop any sort of departments and processes if the country is really heavily taking control. And yellow pages will be something that you can do once you'll be part of WTO, once you'll be on this scale, and so you won't receive a miracle. You won't be able to create a miracle just like that. It means you first need to have your baseline. You need to have basics, foundation, and then this companies that have created miracles, they went through the whole process. Even KPI company faces issues. The states do not allow the KPI to develop R&Ds, and we need to go for this market. The Uzbeki people, the way they did it, with the car production that they have already developed enough, with the bumpers that they use the polymers, and then some of the parts of car that has been already produced in Uzbekistan. But the companies the companies have already came to this field, saying that the government should help and show support in terms of raw material. So once again, the private sector needs money here and right now, specifically in Kazakhstan. Thank you. Agree. Now, can I please ask another question, Maxim? What do you feel? How you see in Russian Federation the production of the cars? Are you talking about Sibur, Nizhnekamsk? I meant I meant the Siberian part. It's actually southeast part of Siberia. So they have a company, a major project for PP production. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this project. However, I think the PP consumption is 3-4%. I would say that the market is big enough to, state that it's margin enough to produce new projects and produce new PP products. And we need to, of course, look at the cash cost. And once the market is overloaded, we'll see the company that has a lower OPEX will show best results. I'm not sure if I can comment on behalf of other colleagues, but from the point of view of Silin, I just mentioned that we have two units of PP production, 65 million tons, and so right now they are working on 750, 600 even. And so here I would say the nominal capex to produce PP in our project, it's very, very it's very, very popular. I would say it's more attractive since this cost is low. And Tingish role here jointly with state is showing the high margin, and I don't see the high risks. Even looking at the major players from Russian market, now 2.7 million tons from Amur, from Baltian region, 3 million tons, and efficiency and cash costs will be better than there. So I would really like to wish you with your own project to have the efficiency same as in Tobolsk, because it's such a great example. And I would like to have this similar project and even better project here in Kazakhstan. So lessons learned has been this session has been done by our colleagues from Sibur, and so we would like to have a similar experience, at least 3 months launch time from Sibursk. Well, please produce the PP that is needed in Kazakhstan. We will produce 40 types of PP actually here. Please try and produce something that is really needed in Kazakhstan, rather than have an issue with export. During the startup, you'll need this. You'll have to have PE 100, PE 100. So let's discuss it separately then. Now, additionally, I'd like to mention that it's a new area to be developed. However, we also need to see the evaluation of our specialists that will be part of this project. Now I can tell that KMG Petrochem, the project with Silen, and with similar conferences here from Kazmuna Gas, SAD, PetroCM, and other companies, even Kazenergy has these forums. We need to involve heavily our youth, and we will need to have more people, and they will be more interested in that. And we as a country, as a part of the ministry, we need to show the platform to prepare our new specialists. In terms of petrochem industry, we need to have our own high value specialists. And so in new future forms, and it will be very interesting. Let's see how other projects will be implemented in the future. I see that we don't have any other questions. So we have a question here from the audience. Thank you for your speech. My name is Demir. Now you have heavily discussed the energy and decarbonization. Now, how the carbon regulation will impact or will be impacted? It's very easy actually, and it's just all about margin from the taxes. So PE impact is less actually, less evil rather than the glass remains, and so it's just the aim. The PE is just the aim, and we, as a part of this commercial society, we, of course, are not supporting any sort of taxes, additional taxes. And we're trying to have less carbon emissions, less carbon imprints. But however, I believe that Kazakhstan needs to look at the realistic number on the impact. And we're not doing something similar, and not producing something similar that is being produced by others. However, the oil and gas, the petrochem doesn't have. We still need to live with it. We still need to implement it. We still need to implement the newest technology, the best technology to try and decrease the carbon emission. And we understand that margin will increase because of the taxes, the marginality specifically. And so we see that taxes increase specifically on the premium projects. And I have already spoken to others, and what I heard that no one is really caring enough. It's just in China we have such a great big market, and we need to have some balanced position, balanced markets. Now you can import to Africa without any taxes applied. Thank you for this great answer. Is there any other questions? If there is no more questions, dear participants, dear speakers, I would like to thank all of you for your participants, speakers specifically for giving such a great topics. So we see that petrochem industry is now in a very active phase of the development, now based on strategic partnership with international companies and having this ambition sector. Thank you all for this participation. Now let's join the coffee break here, have a coffee, and we'll have an opportunity to have informal discussion. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Уважаемые участники форума, прошу не расходиться. Буквально через 5 минут у нас будет церемония закрытия с участием вице-министра энергетики здесь.
Once we have the Ministry of Energy, let's have a group photo, and after having this group photo, we will break for coffee.
Уважаемые участники форума,
Distinguished participants of the forum, please take your seats.
прошу занять свои места, уважаемые участники форума.
Please take your seats.
Уважаемые участники форума, прошу занять свои места.
Distinguished participants of the forum, please take your seats.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, would you mind to take your seats?
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please take.
Уважаемые участники форума, для подведения итогов двухдневного форума Power Central Asia China 20.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to conclude our forum, please let me to invite to the stage Ilyas Bakhadjan, Vice Minister of Energy of the Republic of Kazakhstan. He will conclude our forum. Thank you. Dear participants of the forum, colleagues and partners and friends, today we are summing up the results of the first regional energy forum, Power Central Asia plus China, which has become not only a new level platform for dialogue and exchange of experience, but also a venue for launching specific energy and industrial projects and scientific and technical cooperation. During these eventful days, we did not only discuss challenges and opportunities, we made decisions and signed key agreements that are of strategic importance for the future of energy in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. The forum covered 12 key areas, each of which reflected our ambitions and priorities. We discussed the integration of renewable energy sources into the energy systems, digital load management, and grid stability. We consider the potential of pumped storage, hydroelectric power plants, and energy storage facilities as key mechanisms for balancing green generation. We emphasize the importance of high voltage direct current HVDC lines and the development of cross-border energy transmission. We presented real-life cases of digital power systems, AI technology, smart grids, and cybersecurity. We had an in-depth discussion on industrialization and localization of production with a transition from import to joint production in Kazakhstan. We focused on a just energy transition, decarbonization, and ESG philosophy, including carbon neutrality strategy, green economy, and sustainable cities. Our speakers presented proposed investment preferences for the Republic of Kazakhstan and financing model from PPPs to green funds and export agencies. We focused on hydrogen and low carbon technologies, including CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage, and carbon chemistry. We discussed the development of science, technology transfer, and personal training, the creation of competence centers and university alliances. We showed examples of the application of innovative technologies in oil and gas chemistry projects implemented in Kazakhstan. And most importantly, we showed that Kazakhstan's energy sector is ready to not only be a market but also an integrator of technologies, knowledge, and responsibility. I would like to thank all the participants, experts, students, journalists, and business representatives for their active participation, high professionalism, involvement, and joint work. I would like to express my special gratitude to the general partners of the forum, China Southern Power Grid, Power China, Energy China, as well as the Association for the Promotion of Infrastructure and Innovative Development. Your contribution to the implementation of the forum and launch of joint projects with the Republic of Kazakhstan is a contribution to the future of the entire energy sector in the region. I would also like to express my gratitude to our industrial partners such as Samruk Energy, Kazmunaygas, Kegok, Kazakgas, Kazakhinvest, Huawei, Elonji, Sinopec, China Datank, KPMG, Asian Development Bank, Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank, Industry Development Fund, Kaz Industry Forte Bank, and our consultants and lawyers and Seek Consulting, Cranmore Partners, Unicase, Central Asia, Arthur Consulting, and so on and so forth. Each of these organizations has made its professional and strategic contribution to the program and content of the forum. Today we are living not only with signed agreements, we are living with a new understanding of our role in the future of the region's energy sector. Power Central Asia plus China, it's just the beginning. This is the start of new joint venture, scientific collaborations, technology transfer, and the training of a new generation specialists. The generation of new specialists in energy sector. May this forum become an annual meeting for those who are building technological, sustainable, and energy security in the countries of Central Asia. The forum is now closed. I thank you all for your trust, partnership, and joint work. Thank you. Now we invite the representatives of the general partners and moderators for a group photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all for the picture. Да, я и говорю. Мы приглашаем всех на общее фото. Пожалуйста.
Да, уважаемые гости форума, материалы, фото, видео, все, что касается...
Distinguished guests, all the photo and video materials, you can find these materials by scanning this QR code. This QR code leads to Telegram channel with all the photo and video materials. By scanning this QR code, you can find channel where all the materials will be uploaded. Thank you.